Sabbathing, what advice has someone given you that has contributed to where you are today? That has contributed to maybe the course you are offering? That has contributed to how you carry yourself today? Just three people who would want to share that.
Thank you very much. Yes, at a time I was struggling a lot, and someone told me that learn whatever you are interested in, and you will go to tech. So at that time, I subscribed to a master's degree in environmental development, and that helped me with consulting with the World Bank. And I see really what the person told me was very real, and I keep it to myself, and I'm ready to share it with whoever wants to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so once upon a time, a foster caretaker told me that once upon a time, someone planted a tree somewhere, and then when someone was passing by, due to the hot heat, the intense heat, the person stopped under by the tree and then had a shade. What she literally was talking about was, I was going through a lot, I felt like, some of my friends were doing well and I wasn't. And then she said, it's not about pulling people down. That person that planted a tree gave someone a shade. So we can pull each other together and make it. It's not about dragging people down to the core before you know that, I'm winning. We should just support each other and help each other, and then we thrive in unison. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else wants to say something? Okay.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Na. I have a mentor, a career mentor. His name is Abeku Santana, and having the opportunity to work with him, he gave me an advice that has really helped me career-wise. He said, if you want to be great and learn from great people, there's one pretentious attitude that you have to have, which is allowed. Pretend you don't know anything. Even if you know, when you're around great people and you want to learn from them, pretend you don't know and stay humble to learn.
She said, pretend you don't know. Most people normally say, fake it till you make it. Someone told me, work it till you make it. Because you can keep faking it. But if you don't work it, you are going to be stuck. So instead of faking it to making it, we have to work it to make it. I've shared my own. Who else wants to share? We can take like two people, to share.
Okay. I think it's from a book that I'm reading, Atomic Habits. And that book, Steve Clare, says that it's not enough being goal-oriented, but you should be growth-oriented. And we should move away from just having resolutions, but rather we should have systems in place that will enable us to achieve those goals. And that system, I like the way he puts the definition of systems. It says, save yourself time and energy system. Save yourself time and energy. So it's important that we have the mindset that for us to achieve a goal, it's about our daily habits. So our habits will determine how successful we are or otherwise. We should not be goal-oriented, but growth-oriented. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure 1st January, most of us decided that this year we're going to do a lot of things, right? New year, new me, or nobody did new year, new me. We all have goals we want to achieve in life, and they are fine. If you do not work towards it, the goals are going to be there. First will come. When you sit down and you are tracking your progress, you realize that you've been stuck for a very long time. But Pastor Mensa Otabo says something in one of his preaching. He said, you can make plans, but make room for possibilities or make room for things that can happen. So you make plan. I made a 10-year plan when I was 18. I listed everything I wanted to do till I was 28. But one thing I did was I placed asterisks at a lot of them. The constant one was I was going to school and I was going to finish. That was the only constant thing. Recently, I'm trying to relocate and I find the paper and I laugh because what I wrote from after school to where I am right now is not on the paper. But because I place asterisks there, I was aware that it may happen or it may not happen. So when I didn't go towards the goal I wanted to, I wasn't really phased. I wasn't worried. I knew that there was another plan. So let's not make plans and be so strict on them that by all means we have to achieve this. If it doesn't happen, that's when it starts messing up with your head a little bit. It's good to make plans, but it's also good to make plan B, plan C, and plan D, and also allow yourself for all the opportunities that will throw at you. Because where I'm standing here right now, it's not where I'm supposed to be. I was supposed to be married with 3 kids. Yes, at this age, but here I am. And it's fine, actually. It's fine. It's time and season. Who else wants to share something?
Okay, so I had an advice. I had an advice long ago from an auntie, and okay, at that time I wanted help. So she was like, you do not have to force me to help you because it is not mandatory for someone to help you. So I took that advice and I was like, really, I needed help and you're telling me this thing. But at a point I realized, well, that's true. It's not by force, it's not compulsory for you to help me. So I started working towards it, and all the time my goal is like, I need to make it so that I wouldn't need help, but I would give help to someone. I don't want somebody to experience what I experienced. So I think that's my.
Thank you so much. So my name is Martin. All right, so that what I would say is when I was going to SHS, the advice my mother gave me was that I should take God seriously and be relevant in the presence of God. Yeah. So what she didn't tell me was to open up and learn to connect with people. So I find it so hard to connect with people. I find it so uncomfortable when I'm around with my friends. I like to live that solitude life and always trying to be a church boy type. So when I came to university, I realized it's a problem that I have to deal with. So I've been going for conferences, seminars, symposia, and right now I can say I'm able to connect. So it's not only about God. You have to learn to also network with people. Thank you.
Thank you. At this juncture, I'll call on Pastor Alan. Pastor Alan, if you are here, can you join me here?
Shall we please bow our heads and say a word of prayer? Father, we thank you for this morning. We thank you for your goodness. We thank you for this opportunity to gather here. Our prayer is like, Lord, let the pathways be open. Our prayer is that any connection that needs to be made, Lord, let it happen. Our prayer is that any avenue that we need to be exposed to take us to the next dimension, let it happen. Our prayer is that you will grant us heavenly wisdom and make this a success. In Jesus' mighty name, amen.
All right. Thank you so much, Pastor Alan. Are we excited for today? We don't sound excited. Are we excited for today? Are we really, really excited for today? Are we open to learning more and relearning more skills? My smile. Hey, my teeth. Ah, thank you. So today we are coming to learn about how to thrive in our businesses. We are going to talk about life. We are going to talk about financial decisions and strategies that would help you and I in venturing into businesses and making it through life. But before that, I would want to welcome Oheneba Clement to give us a short ministration. So let's clap for him as he comes on stage.
Hallelujah. Amen. Oh, come on, celebrate Jesus with a clap, oh friend. Oh, do it better for Jesus. Amen. Are you glad to be here? Would you lift your hands up if the Lord has been good to you and begin to thank him? Oh, come on, do it for Jesus. Begin to thank him. Would you sing this simple song with me, even as we worship? Onyame de waye doso wado tinaye asida yinaye wode oh Jesus yebeka o yebeka Jesus, yebabo di urada mako kala masakada unami diawaye unami diawaye doso ore wado yati ase aseda we will Jesus yebeka o yebeka adiawa chirawe oh Jesus yebabo di urada da makwe oh abankezi oh yeah na Jesus oh yeah Jesus I can see no better Jesus will team oh yeah no oh yeah Jesus oh yeah so oh yeah and so Jesus oh yeah I can see no better Jesus, team, team. Where to the factory, I'm on serious. I I am crowned you. Wish you were for you. I don't want to Mama, yeah, Adibu mo adishi. Washem training a catabono. Ordine pasha mafuno mama. Wa mama koma shema. Shesemata fwenyu. Eti Abraham eti asi. Unyona siya na metena. Lama tomedo for wanyamose. Ujuma ye kesiu. Ujuma ye wangwa. Onipa bantu mentiasi. Metreza yobutaiti. Midie misurudo. If he senia wati memuno. Also saying ya ori ya say. Na midie meboni dinda me. Namane soda. Hey, if he say oh if you say oh the children you obite soda oh yeah titi na me di me boni di da nabo namane soda. Hey, if you say oh if you say oh hey, the children in the obinte sono oh yeah titi yame yento se makoma ashema makoma ashema makoto osaina sochi na fe me Jesus no tunda jenkwa makoma ashema ashema if you say makoto sochi na fe me Jesus no tunda makoma ashema if you say makoto makoto na fe makoma ashema if you say makoto makoto na fe me Jesus otumba wajeme makoma ashema ashema yantu ebeleza ebeleza nune ebeleza nabe Ayanti Ebenezer, 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 Name Nabuaye, Ayanti Ebenezer, Ebenezer, Aonaru, Ayanti Ebenezer, Ebenezer, Nyamenu, Wabuayanu, Ebenezer, Nyame, Anadu, ay, Odumakumaya kutiu, Yama unsu, Aine moine, you are. God bless you. Celebrate Jesus with a collab offering.
Thank you so much for that powerful ministration. Can we give it up for him again? I want to officially welcome you to this wonderful seminar conference organized by the Think Christ movement. Think Christ movement is an empowerment movement that's focused on empowering people to achieve success through the principles of Christ. Our goal is to help awaken the greatness within each individual and to help people live in an effective, sustainable, and result-oriented life with a Christ-like mentality. Think Christ movement stands for possibilities and greatness. It's our belief that every soul on earth has the potential to be great and to live a purposeful life if they get access to the right information and knowledge on how things work. The founder of Think Christ movement is Pastor Francis K. Dogbachi. Can we give it up for him? This is the second edition of this conference, and we can testify that it's doing amazing things in the lives of our participants. Mr. Francis is the host of the Mentorship, Entrepreneurship, and Networking Conference. As a director and partner at Gentlake Flight Support, he seamlessly merges his business acumen with his passion for youth empowerment and entrepreneurship, believing fervently in the innate greatness within each individual. Mr. Dogbachi champions the idea that everyone possesses the potential for success. His diverse roles as a public speaker, empowerment coach, entrepreneur, certified flight dispatcher, and philanthropist reflect his multi-phased approach to uplifting others. Through monthly mentorship classes, Mr. Dogbachi actively empowers and guides ambitious youth along the path to success. His unwavering commitment to unlocking the potential within each individual underscores his tireless efforts in making a meaningful difference in their lives. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the host and the founder of Think Christ movement, Mr. Francis K. Dogbachi.
Thank you very much. Please, we can have a seat. I want to welcome everybody once again, our distinguished guests and participants of this year's Mentorship, Entrepreneurship, and Networking Conference.
I'm truly honored and delighted to welcome you all to this event. As we gather here today, we are embarking on a journey of self-discovery, growth, and empowerment. This conference is not just another event, but a platform for us to come together, learn from the experience of great minds doing great things in our society, in order to empower ourselves and create positive change in our lives and communities. Mentorship, entrepreneurship, and networking are three critical components that play a significant role in our lives as individuals and helps us achieve our goals. I think Christ is our belief that when we have access to the right mentors, build relationships with experienced entrepreneurs, and build a strong network, we get access to valuable resources, insights, and opportunities that can help us become who we desire to be. As a young graduate myself years back, I had the privilege to be part of a seminar. And at that seminar, there was a colleague of mine that was hosting it, and he was talking about unlocking your greatness. At the end of the seminar, he asked each and every one of us to read a book. And the title of that book was The Richest Man in Babylon. So that evening when I went home, I took the book. He sent out a PDF version of it, read it, and after reading it, took keynotes. And all the things that the speakers at the seminar shared with us, I reflected upon it. And that was the beginning of my entrepreneurship journey. And I always say that seminar played a key role in shaping me to become who I am today. So we gathered here is a way of giving back to society. If a seminar was of benefit to me and helped shape me to become who I am today, then I believe that seminars will also help shape the future generations. So that's why we put together the Mentorship, Entrepreneurship, and Networking Conference to have key speakers share with us their journey. When they share with us, one thing that happens is that it gives us hope. There are times when you hear a speaker talking and he tells you where he began from, where he started from. Sometimes you see yourself at that same spot, and a voice within tells you, if he has been able to do it, you can also do it. That's the key focus of why we've gathered here today. When we talk about mentorship, entrepreneurship, networking, with the rise of unemployment among the youth, we believe that it will offer a pathway to job creation and economic growth when the youth are encouraged to start their own business. Entrepreneurship empowers the youth to take control of their future and build a more prosperous and suitable society for future generations. However, empowerment is not a one-time affair. It's up to us to cultivate the spirit to develop the greatness within us. After the seminar, we owe it to ourselves to keep developing. So I think, guys, what we came up with was a monthly mentorship seminar, whereby we have monthly mentorship class. We invite speakers to come on board to share their experience. So after the seminar, we still have monthly programs for those interested and those willing to learn more. Because we believe that empowerment shouldn't just be a one-day thing, but a continuous thing. So in conclusion, I want to honor the prayers of all our speakers here and say a big thank you to every one of them for accepting to be part of this program. One of the most important messages that I hope you take away from this conference is the importance of self-discipline and perseverance in your journey. You need these two things if you want to come out of whatever situation you are in. No matter what you are told or no matter what the speakers say, if you lack the self-discipline to make it a part of you, it will end at nothing. There are times you hear people say they should tell us the shortcut secret and not the law. We know there's a shortcut. No, we are trying to avoid self-discipline. The process they share is what will work for each and every one of us. So whatever is shared with us, let's have the self-discipline to practice it and put it to use. So once again, welcome each and every one of you to this year's Mentorship, Entrepreneurship, and Networking Conference 2024.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving us this opportunity to network and to learn. Oh, can we clap for him again? Thank you all. We have distinguished people in our midst, and then the speakers for this conference were carefully selected to meet each and everyone's needs. They are come to speak on different topics from love lives. I hope we are all excited for that one. How to balance. Okay. You all came here for love. Okay. All right. That's also important. But we'll look at how to balance our love life and our businesses or our careers, how to develop strategic financial strategies to help in our businesses. And then we'll have someone talk to us about communication and network skills. And then we'll also have someone talk to us about how to build a capacity as an individual. Our very first speaker is a man, a business strategist. He has helped people. I've listened to him twice, not actively but passively. And even though I was even passively, whatever he said influenced me in starting out my small business and contributing my quotes to family members that have businesses. He's in the person of Mr. Stephen Essien. Mr. Stephen Essien in the last 25 years has witnessed and helped build different business strategies, innovative projects that have impact on business profitability in different industries. Throughout his career, he harnessed his passion for improving the quality of lives and increasing shareholder values to motivate entire companies with fresh visions for the intrinsic value of products and services in FMCG, telecommunications, renewable energy, and other industries. Mr. Stephen Essien is a business leader, an ICF accredited professional certified coach, and a corporate trainer with over 18 years experience in telecoms and in FMCG. Stephen currently is the Chief Operations Officer for Jibu Incorporated, a for-profit social enterprise that prioritizes impact in Africa and beyond. Mr. Stephen in the past worked with multinational brands like Zain. How many of us remember Zain? Yeah, Zain, Airtel, Vodafone, Tigo, Zega Energy Limited, and Delight Africa, where he worked as a senior call center manager, head of user and customer experience, chief business officer, managing director, and group CX director for Africa, having oversight over many countries. Stephen is passionate about changing lives and increasing shareholder profitability that impacts every aspect of business with the most noticeable influence on leadership, customers, and employees. Mr. Stephen has mounted many international platforms, spoken at several conferences about business leadership, commercial transformation, customer experience, customer acquisition, customer retention, and corporate management best practices, and many more. Mr. Stephen achieved 700 hours of leadership, executive and business coaching in 2022, trained over many salesmen and women, over 1,500 customer experience agents in Ghana, West and East Africa for telecoms, renewable energy, D2D sales, and banking, over 150 middle and senior managers on leadership communication. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mr. Stephen Essien.
Good morning. How are we doing? First of all, let me thank God for bringing us all here safely on a Saturday morning. I know we all have lots of things to do, but we thank the mighty man out there to bringing us all here safely. Secondly, to the man who brought us here, Francis, good job. Good job. This is not an easy task to bring this seasoned man here. Fair to the senior men and dignitaries right in front here, I salute you all in time to impact into the next generation. These things excite me a lot. You know why? Because I always play back when I was young. I didn't get opportunity. So I asked myself, where you are now, if you got the opportunity, then what would have happened? So if you're here, clap for yourself for being here. These things we come to conferences to share are based on experience, based on the things that we've done. You know, when you go to Google Scholar, it says standing on the shoulders of greats one to be what? Greater. So these opportunities that you get, do not joke with it. Come fully loaded, fully prepared for a day that will transform your life. Francis just mentioned that he read a book that transformed or changed his mindset about some few things. The same way, all the presentation here might not be mine, might not be any other person. One person, just one liner, will change your life forever. It might be just a word in a presentation that will change your life forever. So just open up your hearts, open up your minds, and learn. Pick as much as you can and learn. So I for the past 6 years, I've been shuffling in and out of Ghana a lot. I think less than 30% of my life I've been here. I work in East Africa. I work with a social enterprise organization. It's for profit, so you understand it's not NGO. They beat us to bring the money. It looks like an NGO, but you're not making your numbers. So I double up as chief commercial and then group chief commercial and then group chief operations as well, supervising over 11 countries. So it's a tedious job for me. All I do is live in hotels and in the flights without missing my bed that I paid for. You know what I mean? So it's tedious, but I love doing this. One of the key things I've done in the past, I mean, as you saw the profile, mentoring and coaching. In the next couple of weeks, maximum a month from now, I should move from PCC, which is the professional coaching, to be a master coach, which is the highest level of coaching in ICF. I pursue the coaching because of the joy it brings me, not the money, although I charge for coaching, but the joy it brings me for seeing people that I've spoken to, that I've directed, make impact. So when I have like a check-in with somebody that I could, let's say 2002 to 2022, and the person shows progress, it brings excitement and joy. So that's what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to talk about strategic mentorship and leadership for business, empowering the new entrepreneurs and builders for success. Somebody must get it clear. We have different types of coaching. We have different types of mentorship. And mentorship is not coaching. Coaching is not what? Mentorship. So get it clear. I'll focus more on mentorship, right? So the next slide, I like the statement from John F. Kennedy. It says, leadership and learning is indispensable to each other. Anybody who wants to be in a leadership role, you must make your mind to learn every blessed day. Right? My bishop says that a leader who have a library is a liability. Do you believe that? If you want to be a leader, so learning, it's indispensable. You cannot say that I want to be a leader in my role, either in the corporate world, either I open up a new venture, I become an entrepreneur, and you do not learn. It is not possible. It doesn't work. And learning is not only the classroom learning. Learning is from many, many other sources. Self-tuition, learning from somebody from distance. There are so many ways in learning. And one is mentorship. Mentorship is where you get someone who's experienced to impact into you. Are we clear on that? So I said what? Leadership. If you want to be a leader, that's why you're here. You need to understand that you cannot forgo learning. There's no way you can forgo learning. There's no way you can forgo learning. Let me show you the next slide. Every leader has a vision. Every leader has what? A vision. That's leadership. If you don't have foresight, you can't be a leader. If you don't have foresight, you can't be an entrepreneur. That's the reason why people come build a business and they die. Because they don't have vision. They've seen that everybody's doing pure water. They do pure water. They see that everybody's polishing shoe. Let's polish shoe. But if you are in a business to do what? To be an entrepreneur or be a leader, you must have vision. He says good business leaders create a vision
articulate the vision and passionately own the vision and relentlessly drive it to completion. That is leadership. That is anyone who wants to be an entrepreneur. You have the vision, you ensure that you move it to completion, right? But the second bit about mentorship talks about, next slide. Is our clicker working? It says a great mentor listens, guides, and reflects, turning the vision into a journey of growth and success. So you know you have a vision, right? So the role of the mentor is the one who listens to you, guide you, and turn that vision into what? Success. So every leader, look, we have senior people in this country, senior people in the world who still have mentors and coaches. Sometimes, one time I was going to speak to my mentor, and he says it clashes with the time that I'm speaking to my mentor. And I was like, the mentor get mentor. Senior person in Africa, very senior person. I booked and said, oh, Stephen, I'm sorry, I need to speak to my mentor. I was like, oh, really? Obi or the master? You understand? So the mentor's job is come to listen to what you're doing, show him the vision that you have. He will guide you and do what take you. But the next slide talks about the leader. So we are combining the mentor and the leader. It says, together, leadership and mentorship forge the path to business excellence, transforming the challenges into achievements and dreams into realities. Did you get that? Right? So you cannot have a mentor and not have yourself leading as well. You must have a mentor, but you must have self-leadership as well. When the two come together, they move dreams into what? Reality. When the two comes together, they move dreams into reality, which brings me to my next slide. And I have a bold statement written there. Right? It says strategic leadership and mentorship are not just complementary. They are not complementary. They are deeply intertwined, each reinforcing the other success. Right? So I can't say that I lead a team and I have a mentor. I'll listen to the mentor, talk to the mentor, but I can't lead. The same way you think you have a business, you are a great leader. You've set up the business. The business is 5 years, it's 2 years, it's 6 months, it's doing well, money is coming in. There's good money, so I don't need a mentor. That's a mistake. This statement is saying that we need the two to do what? Intertwine. We need the two to come together, right? So you can name it. All the big industries, Vodafone, wherever you find yourself, MTN, the CEOs have coaches and mentors. The CEOs, I'm a C-suite. I've been in C-suite for more than 18 years, but I still have a mentor. I still have a coach. I hope you understand. So that's it. Do not think that, you can do it all by yourself. The two must go in hand, right? Next slide. So I want to just differentiate the two. Strategic leadership, it shapes the vision and direction where you're going. It shapes the vision and direction. You know the vision, where you want to go, how you want to get there, how you want to pursue that dream, the things you need to achieve, the milestones that you need to achieve to make sure you get the goal. That is strategic leadership. Now, next slide talks about mentorship. It says it cultivates the wisdom and resilience needed to navigate the journey. I like the word wisdom. Do you know why the word wisdom is there? Because somebody who has walked the path, somebody who thinks higher and bigger than you, helps you and guide you and shape you into the right path. So mentorship is critical. And in Africa, we don't believe in that. We don't believe in mentorship. Recently, someone called me and said, I want you to mentor my team. He has a team, middle management, I think about 24. And I was like, this is a large number. I can't. Oh, no, force. I said, I can bring a friend and we share 12 and do it. They said, okay, that's great. Now let's go to the table and talk. They said, where's this guy? We are on him for the Panama Kasake, no. Right? So that's how it is. Right? So the two come together, create a powerful synergy that propels the individuals and organizations toward unparalleled achievement. The two come together. So look, MasterCard is devoting about $500 million for mentorship across Africa. Why are they doing that? Why are they investing in such, venture?
Why are they doing that? Recently, they devoted another about $100 million for youth leadership coaching because they understand that mentorship, we need to hold people's hand and guide them through. We cannot do it all by ourselves. So that is the key for you to understand, right? I need to share the value of mentorship for new entrepreneurs, right? And these are facts, well researched. You can take your time and research, right? The first one, say survival rate. You know, businesses, we have survival rate. In Africa, I think it's about 3 years for SMEs, right? 3 years. So if you have a business, it's more than 3 years, clap for yourself. If it's not yet 3 years, keep praying. And the survival rate is not just the business is there or you register business is there. It's making profit. And so the survival rate, according to a survey done by UPF, which is it's not the 1 year old in America, right? 70% of small businesses that receive mentoring survive more than 5 years, double the survival rate for non-mentored businesses. I mean, it's huge. And clearly, when COVID came, we did a research after COVID to see the businesses that survived COVID. Because that time, I was moving from associate coach to professional coach. So we did a survey across Africa, I think about 6 countries. And most of the businesses that died around that time, they didn't speak to anybody. They felt they could do it alone. The businesses that survived, about 20% of them said, at that point, I realized I can't do it alone. I called somebody and asked, what should I do? How can I do it? How are you guys doing it in your organization? How are you guys surviving? What can I do to also survive? So 70% of businesses that survived the first 5 years in the US. In the US is 5 years. Africa is 3 years. That's the reason why you see some a shop in the mall. The next time you go, it's not there. They've written coming soon, another company. I hope you understand. It's 3 years, 36 months. Because people don't ask questions. People don't they don't become, let me use the word, vulnerable. They don't become vulnerable and say, this is my challenge. What do I do? When you call, recently I did some coaching for some young people. And when it came, I stopped. I was going to be a 3 months free coaching. I stopped midway because all the people who came, their profile was bigger than me. And I was like, guys, this is meant to be yourself. You don't have a website. The guy will give titles and we keep our own and I'm the CEO as a boss. Let's be very vulnerable and ask questions, right? Next slide. Growth and performance. A study by Kaba found that 92% of small businesses agree that mentors have a direct impact on the growth and survival of their business. 92%. This survey was done for 7,000 businesses in America and Canada. And 92% says what? The mentors have direct conversation. Look, big businesses devote money down for mentorship. So it's not just because we want to do mentorship, not because Francis loves doing it every month, he likes talking, but it's just growing people, listening and guiding. Next slide. The impact on success. 75% says the Small Business Administration, SBA, reports that 75% of small business owners who receive 3 or more hours of mentoring report higher revenues and increased growth. Look, the cheapest right now you can get somebody to speak for 1 hour is I think about $220. The cheapest for you to get a mentor or a coach, a professional certified one, is around $220 an hour. Because realize that people are making money and putting it in their pocket. Right? So mentorship is key. So if you have these programs, you have Francis and Co. and people are doing it for free, grab it with all your 2 hands. Next slide. Next slide. Networking opportunities. We're here. Before you leave, take somebody's number. Before you leave, know what somebody is doing. And we all know what is networking is. I don't want to go into networking conversation. It's a broad one that we can speak about it the whole day, the importance and the benefits of it. It says research by Forbes indicates 90% of entrepreneurs who utilize mentorship have larger, more diverse network, which contributes to opportunities for growth and development. Because when I speak to you, and you have a challenge, probably I know my brother here who can solve it for you. If I speak to somebody, the person says, look, my website is dying. I don't have, I say, oh, but I know a guy who does websites. Let's connect. And that is what the mentors are there to do for you, to guide you and shape. Next one. The next one talks about learning and development. We all know LinkedIn. A survey was done and realized that 89% of small, medium businesses owners report that business mentor can help them learn and grow their business as well as themselves. So this one, I didn't go to the classroom. Remember I said leadership and learning is what? Indispensable, right? You cannot separate it. You cannot do anything about it. But LinkedIn is showing that 89% of leaders are saying that mentorship helps their business to grow. You don't go and learn in the book. Somebody has walked the path. The person shows what he or she did to improve the business, right? I want to share a case study, right? Whatever happens, stays here, but no name to the business. So as I mentioned, after COVID, we did a survey. So next slide talks about it. We did a survey in many, many organizations. So the tech business is based in Australia, right? The tech business was flourishing, doing very well. These are young, 4 people who set up a business, doing so well. So 2 senior citizens, 2 senior retired coaches from the US traveled on holiday in Australia. And they said, oh, guys, we're here. I mean, selfishly, they won't just put their name should be attached to the business because it's growing well. They offered a 2-year free coaching service. These guys, all that they want is just, recognition. The guy said no. They won't do it. Down the line, the business failed. Down the line, the fintech, it just collapsed. Recently, we read somewhere, I don't know whether you guys know about it, the young Ghanaian who got some money, about $30 million or so, into fintech. It's gone. Right? It's gone. Nigeria, it's happening. Because these young boys do not take mentors to guide them. You don't take people who are seasoned to say, look, you've got $30 million. Look, I'll explain. The guy who got about 20 million, in actual fact, bought a house, bought a car, bought a new office space, bought cars for all his people. By the time they settled 1 year, like 80% of the money is gone. And then inflows were not coming again. They collapsed. And these things are affecting us because it's a fund money that was given to an African. The person who gave the money, do you think they will do it again? And that's the challenge. Let's try and use people. The one on the right, let's go back. The one on the right was a farm in Kenya. There was a farm in Kenya. An old man, very old, he was around 74, and his son. But look at a 74-year-old man who has a business, but yet called 3, 36, 37, and 42-year-old boys to come and guide him run his business. 74. He called 36, 37, and 42-year-old to come and guide him in his business. He is the second biggest firm in East Africa right now. So mentorship is not about age. It's not about what the person has done before. It's about the person's mindset and the person's readiness to help and guide you genuinely, without malice, without any emotional attachment. See it as it is, direct you as it is, and be very truthful to you. Your business will do what? Will survive. Am I making sense? Your business will survive. So you see the difference. An old person went here, the guys didn't accept him. The business failed. An old person accepted a very young person. And the business is doing so well. The business is doing so well. Next slide. So I want to share just 4 keys, right? 4 keys of how we can do it very well, leadership and mentorship. The first one is embrace continuous learning. Embrace continuous learning. It is very important that you embrace continuous learning. For leadership, you need to commit to a lifelong learning. You cannot be a leader and you don't read. It's not possible. It is not possible because we are not, the world is not static. We are in the VUCA world. Things are changing. Things are becoming volatile. Things are changing. So you need to make sure that you are learning every blessed day of your life. You need to encourage a learning mindset. If you don't have a learning mindset, if you do have, I know it all, Nobody in this room can advise you. If you have I know it all attitude, nobody here can advise you. Recently, I met a guy who is in social media, very normal influencers, and something happened, and he said, somebody introduced me to him and said, oh, speak to this guy, let him guide you. He went to check my numbers on social media to compare to his. Yes, welcome here, right? He went to compare my numbers on Instagram to his. So when we were talking, he said, oh, boss, but, Mr. If I get numbers past you. This attitude, how can you grow? It's not the numbers. The conferences I have spoken at, the stages I've been on, he has never seen those stages before. But he's looked at my numbers on Instagram. He went to check Instagram and said, oh, but your numbers be small. My numbers are... So I can't advise him on how he can monetize Instagram. I can't advise him. That's his point. You must be a lifelong learner. You must have that attitude and mindset to learn from everybody. Seek and provide constructive feedback. Ensure that you are getting feedback. Look, I like this account proverb. Ask. I have this attitude. Every year, I'll send an email to the entire team organization. Look, my organization is big. We are 2,300 across Africa. At least 50% of them, I'll send an email and say, guys, thank you for the year end. What's my feedback? My communication with you, my attitude towards you, this towards you. If it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad. If it's bad, what do? I have to change. So seek feedback. Next slide. Point 3, develop emotional intelligence. This is key, and this has killed so many people. Develop what? Emotional intelligence. It's very important you're very stable. Your IQ is on point. Leadership is not easy. Things that come to you as a leader. I always tell my team that when they come and complain, I say the things we are carry for my head, if I put for your head. If I put for your head. One time, there's a guy who always nag about, the time and everything close. So I was going into a board meeting, it's virtual, and I asked him to come and sit in the room with me. Let's do the board meeting. For 2 hours, his mouth was like. So he finishes so the Monday morning meeting, the hit you are giving to us is small. Develop emotional intelligence as a leader. It's very important. The one is initiate a structured mentorship relationship. When you are a mentee, it is your responsibility to make sure the mentorship works. Recently, the guy DM'd me and said, oh, when are you back in GH? I said, I'm back on this day. He said, I want to see you. I said, okay, let's meet on Wednesday. The Wednesday has not come for him. He's waiting for me to reach out to him again. I will never do that till Jesus Christ comes. Say amen. I will never do that because if you are, it's your responsibility. The mentor has a lot to do. It's your responsibility. Who gets a greater benefit from that relationship? So you need to ensure that you have a structured time and follow it holistically, follow it religiously. Oh, offer me a member. No. You need to structure it. Have a structured one. It's not any time that you meet the person and you are talking to the person. Right? If even I know you, if I know my boss here and I said I want him to be my mentor, I would just not meet him on the road and say, oh, Daddy, can I talk to you? No, I'll email him and book time. The first time I did with somebody I know, the person was like, and when I met him that 1 hour, it was a business conversation. It wasn't paddy. I got in, I was like, good morning, sir. Good morning. And the guy was, because when we meet in town, we hug, we shake and hug. But when I got in, I said, good morning, sir. I said, good morning. It was like, hey, Baba. I said, yes, sir. I sat down, brought my notebook, and said, these are the 4 points that is worrying me. I want to discuss with you. So, within 2 seconds, he also changed and realized that this is a professional meeting. 1 hour, undiluted professional time. Immediately I closed my book. I was like, boss man, I mean, what? I was like, hey. So when he was going to see me off, he was like, Charlie, you earned some respect from me. I didn't come to sit by and, no, business. And he coached me for 6 months. He mentored me for 6 months. Anytime we get on Zoom or face-to-face, it is not oh, and I'm sorry for what to say, and I no. Business, my pointers, whatever he asks me to do, I present to him, he gives me feedback. When we finish, we can chat for 45 minutes, 1 hour on Zoom. Structured, because I want benefit out of it. So don't take anybody's number. Look, and the young people, the reason why we don't mentor you, we mentor 1, 2, 3 school fees. Mentor 1, 2, 3, my mother has done this. Oh, that's the fact, true or false. Mommy is nodding. That's the fact. Look, for the past 15 years, I've spoken all the universities in Ghana, everywhere. And you get a toll list, the next minute is, oh, my studies fee and my whole fee. That's no mentorship, bro. That's no mentorship. That's extortion. So please, let's be very serious and, if you want people to mentor you, look, and I think people want to share their experience. All these big men are here because they want to share with you. They just want to share. It's just Saturday. We should be by some poolside playing golf or doing something. But we're here to share. People are ready to share. But are you ready to have a structured conversation? Are you ready to follow suit? Look, I mentor 25 university graduates across Africa. Most of them are coming from LAU, from Rwanda. I told them, I'm not going to force you. End of the month, MasterCard will wire the money into my account. I will not force anybody. This is a mentorship and a mentee and a mentor relationship. I'm not the one to come and email you and say, Stephen, where are you? We are supposed to meet Wednesday. No. I'm expecting you to email me and say, sir, we are meeting. This week is our meeting. These are the 3 slots. I have Wednesday, Thursday. Choose one. Then I will choose one. I've told them. So I wrote to MasterCard. I said, look, I have a lot on my table. If the mentee doesn't make a move, I don't care. I have a contract with you. You go pay me. So now they are being serious. They will come and act. So have a structured, look, it can be your father. Have a structured meeting with your father. Have you seen that video when a young lady asked her father for loan? The father said, do a business case and present. She did a business case and then she was in pajamas. She said, no, go and wear a suit and present at home. Seriousness. So even in the house, the man sat in his couch and the girl had to wear a suit to present the business case for the money. Recently, I heard Jay-Z. He said he went to a program and somebody said, oh, he needs about $20,000. He says, no, I don't give. My family member, I don't give. The person should book an appointment. Let's sit down and discuss business. That's how it is. So getting in mind, the point 4 is key to me, structured. And I'm hammering this because I meet lots of people. When I'm buying kenke, somebody wants to give me all his problem at the kenke joint. Please. Please, let's have a structured meeting and have a conversation. Next slide. Right? Implementation, leadership, and mentorship for business. Right? So I developed this grow. Right? I developed this. It's a goal setting. Right? Set clear targets. Before you meet the person, clearly tell the person what exactly you are expecting out of the relationship that you have. Set clear targets. People come and say, we want a job. What do you want to do? Hey, anything. What? So I want to set up a business. What business do you want to set up? So I don't know whether... Why are you calling me? So we expected set clear target. But you see, time no day. So if you have 45 minutes to someone, you come with clear plan. This is what I want to do. A, B, C, D. Then we'll move ahead. Set clear target. Next slide. Reality check. Evaluate the existing knowledge, what you know, what you don't know, and go and discuss. Evaluate your skills, your experiences within the organization or the business you have. This will help you understand the needs that you have. The needs. It's just not fun that, okay, we have a meeting and then you come and we're all over the place, right? Recently, my friends, we have 5 of us. We're doing 6 months coaching for people. We put on LinkedIn. We got over 250 people applied. Yesterday, I had an info session. We selected only 35. We had an info session. And this morning, I told my team I'm sacking 5. Because clearly, they don't know what they want. They don't know why they click on that register thing and registered, and yesterday wasted our time on the call. So I said, Charlie, this person, no. Send them a link, and it's all over the place. Be very clear yourself. What don't I know? What you see, if you check yourself and you realize that you don't know finance, so your mentor, you know the strength of the mentor you need to pick up, not any other person. So do self-check. And I ask people, have you done your self-SWOT analysis? People have not done it before. I have my own SWOT analysis. If even the people I employ in my team, you must come to complement some weakness in my life. So every mentor must come and complement what? Some weakness you have. So do a reality check. Check yourself very well. What do I have? What don't I have? What do I need? Options exploration. Look wide. Look wide. Look into different formats and structures of your mentoring program, right? Face-to-face. Look, yesterday morning, 3 days today, somebody in our Ghana subsidiary resigned. The person called, distress call. I want to see you. I want to see you. I want to see you. And I was like, what is it? He said, I want to see you in person. I drove like an hour to meet the person. He says, I want to, recall my resignation. I nearly slammed the person. I said, we could have done this in Zoom or Google Meet. Do you understand? Because that 1 hour, I could have done something better, bigger. So when you structure, say, look, I want to do this conversation is Teams. This conversation is face-to-face. This conversation is 3 months. This conversation is weekly. Have structure. Explore all angles, right? That's the reason why my team, the people I mentor, if you are emailing me for a meeting, you must give me options, 3 options, because my time is not for you. I can reply and say, do 2 weekdays and 1 weekend. And I wake up at 5 a.m. in Ghana because East Africa most of the times is later in the morning, and do my coaching, and then I move. So explore all angles, explore everything. Willingness to act. Recently, I met a team as well, and I told them leadership is by choice. It's a decision that you need to make. They didn't understand. Whatever you want to do, if you don't have the willingness to act, you cannot do it. Launch your program, your mentorship program with a clear action plan. Decide, I want to do it. If you don't decide, you'll not be able to do it. If you don't decide, so clearly, you must have the will to do it. You must have the will to do it. That's like, there are challenges, right? I just want to read through the challenges very well. First one talks about the right time, right? Scheduling. Utilize time management tools. There are many time management tools. If you email me, I'll email you back my Calendly time. You go in there, you select the time that I'm available. At my end, I'll block the times that I'm busy. So everybody can do it. You can put your schedules together, email it to the people, let them see it, and then advise. I am meeting my coach next week. I emailed her, and I was like, these are my time zones. From this time to this time, I'm in GMT. This time to this time, CET. This time to this time, I'm here. This time to this time, here. I'm not available this day, I'm traveling. So I've given her, I wait for her to decide the one she's available that we can meet. When she's done, we'll lock it up. So meetings for February and is done, March, June, it's all locked in the system. You can also do it. It's not big deal. You have phones. The phones, they have that capability. It's not only TikTok that works on your phone. It's not TikTok. Go, Calendly is there, Meeting, Minor is there. There are so many of them. Get the right ones and start using them. The next one, communication, effective communication between. Have a clear communication guidelines. Have clear communication guidelines. Have clear communication guidelines. Look, when it comes a bit of mentorship and all those, it's a bit ruthless kakra, because it's free. There are many people pulling me. So I have a meeting with someone, and the guy said, boss, who is your boss? No, I hope you understand. Immediately it becomes it's getting to be a joke. And I was like, address me properly. You can call my name, you say, hey, Charlie, boss man. We're done. We're done. Set communications guidelines clearly. The next one is how to measure impact. If you have your things that you expect to do, trusting him, you know what you need to achieve. Are we clear? What you need to achieve. End goal. Why are we meeting? Why do you want me to mentor you? You should be able to tell me that after the 3 months, after the 6-month mentorship, this is my expectation. This is the picture I have in my head. This is where I want to reach. this is where I want to go with my business. If you don't have those things, it's a waste of time. It's just going to be a conversation. We go next slide. Right. So my closing words: reflect on your leadership journey, seek a mentor, implement one strategy that I've mentioned about, commit to continuous improvement. Commit to what? Continuous improvement. Very, very important. And my closing statement: leadership and mentorship are the wings that will allow your business to soar to new heights. Embrace these principles, invest in them wholeheartedly, and watch as they transform not only your professional journey, but also the lives of those around you. The future is bright for those who lead with vision, but guide with what? Wisdom. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Elia, I can see hands up. So we'll take 3 questions. So can we see 3 hands up? Only 3. So there's gentleman 1, 2, 3, just 3.
Hi, my name is Godswe. I'm a cultural exchange planner, so I'm in the travel and tour space. I'd like to know what else can you do if you try to approach several mentors to mentor you within your business space and they don't seem interested, especially local mentors. So it's often appeared the mentors I've contacted abroad are willing to offer support, but then they also don't have local context. So they often advise to get local mentors, but you approach the ones in the travel industry and they don't seem to be interested. So I'm wondering what else could be that.
So we'll take all 3 questions and then you answer them at once.
Right. So this is just to also hammer on what the earlier person asked about how to get into difficult people to mentor you. Most of the time, we know they have time constraints and so on. But how do you get to them to get them to mentor you? My main question here is, what is the difference between mentorship and coaching? And can mentorship be a side hustle? Because I'm sure almost everybody here is looking for a side hustle. So can I be a business person and then mentorship is my side hustle? Thank you.
Thank you once again. My name is Veronica Golightly. I'm the chief servant for Kingdom Support Foundation, and I have a project that is targeted at raising a purposeful generation, and I'm targeting the young ones. So mostly organized institutions like schools, churches, social clubs, etc. Listening to you, Mr. Stephen, thank you very much for all that amazing works that you have produced for us today. Is it ethically right to ask for mentorship for free? Because I'm looking for mentors to help me raise this young generation. I'm a new starter as well, so I don't have all the funds, even though I know maybe I have to make some allocation to pay a mentor to help me raise these young ones. But is it ethically right that I ask a mentor to mentor these young ones for free? Thank you.
Hi. Okay, thank you. Let me start from the last one. Of course, when you're agreeing, the new questions stick in your head than the old. Yeah, it's very right. I have about 4 mentors. All is free, but I have a paid coach. I hope you understand. So it depends on what you want. So you write, you establish your objective, and clearly make it known that I don't have money to pay. And there are many people out there who just want to share. they don't have the opportunity to share. As I stated that 5 of us put on LinkedIn that we want to mentor people for free. If I tell you the number of mentors that has reached out to us that they want to be part of it, but the 5 of us have worked together for more than 15 years. So we agree that we don't want anybody to come in for the meet. Let's start. Let it run the show. We don't know the motive and ideas people have in joining us. So at least let's run the first 2. If it's very successful, we have plans around it, then we can just get it running. So there are many, many people out there who will do for free, right? So, right? Don't be scared and mention that you want it for free. And that's it. If you also can offer something, right? That probably have this business. I don't mind doing your ocean for you. I don't mind doing this. It's butter, right? Anything, put it out there. And that's what we don't get from the young people. People want to take, they don't want to give. They want to take, but they don't want to give. So come in and say, look, I have a graphic design. I can design all your posters for you or flyers, but in return, I want mentorship for free. Do something. We always want to take. We don't want to give. That's the point. We need to do it. I have a mentor. I said, look, wherever she organizes conferences across, I was like, wherever in Africa, I'll foot my own bill, foot my own hotel, and I'll come and speak for you. In exchange, I want mentorship. And for the past 2 years, that's what we do. For the past 2 years, I've spoken to her more than just about 3 times. She has organized 2 events. I've my own ticket, my own hotel. Because that 1 hour she gives me is valuable to me. And I use her to, when I need some project that has money and I need to negotiate, I go to her to teach me how to go and negotiate. I hope you get it. So it's not always that I want free, but I also offer something, right? The second one was, it was 2 questions in one. Bring my mind to it. Moderator, have we forgotten? The side muscle. Yeah, you can. You see, good. The difference between coaching and mentorship. Coaching is a professional job. Coaching is professional. So when I have a coaching session with, sorry to use honorable here, I'm not going to tell him what to do. The 1 hour is he will decide what he wants to do based on training. So coaching, we explore the mind of the people. We help you explore. So if I'm doing coaching with you, it's all about questions. No answers. You bring the answers out. That is professional coaching. So when I see people, are they coach? You know the coach. Proper coaching, I will sit with you for 1 hour and I will not tell you to do this. I'll ask you questions, leading questions that will let you find out what you need to do. That is coaching. Mentorship is guidance. Mentorship is what I would say that, boss, where you are going is slippery. Don't go there. The same conversation, coaching, I will not tell you. Coaching, I'll ask you questions for you to know that it's a slippery area. So coaching, it's a skill and it's trained. I thought it's coaching when I started and they school you on the sort of questions you ask. You know, moving the person from a negative frame to a positive frame. There are technicalities many in coaching, right? Express of desire, express of interest, express of goal. I was like, what is this? So coaching is different from mentorship. Mentorship is just saying that, okay, boss, no, don't do that. Why don't you try it this way? That is mentorship. That's what I said. They use their experience, right, to guide you. The wisdom they have to guide you. But when it comes to coaching, you don't. You can't even tell the person, don't even cry. If the person is crying on a call, you have no right. They'll mark you down. To tell the person, oh, it's okay, Jaisun. No. You allow the person to keep quiet. You keep quiet in actual fact for the person to cry. If it's even 20 minutes, you are quiet. If you are not lucky and maybe the external monitors, they come on a call to monitor you. And that is coaching. You sit down quietly. You don't ask, have you finished crying? You only say, I understand how you feel. If you feel better, I'm ready to continue. But mentorship, I can say, stop crying. I hope you understand the difference, right? And then the very first one was what? The first one, who can bring my mind? So, it's connected. Yes, you can do it. But as I stated, it's based on experience, right? Charlie, if you don't have enough in you, you can't give. So when I see these young people on LinkedIn say they are mentors, they are coaches, and they are just 2 years from school, I laugh. If you don't have in you, you can't do what? So me, if I'm you, I would work hard on myself, build myself, then I start giving out. But you can start small. We all started by catching some university people and advising them, and it became, a hobby, and then we grew out of it. So please, you can do it as a sector. Have I answered all the 3 questions? Yeah. The first one, what was the question?
The question was, how do you get mentors in the travel space?
Yes. Bosu.
So I'm a graphic designer, I'm a social media manager, and photographer.
Yeah.
So I've tried to offer these skills and experiences in return
Yeah.
for mentorship that I don't get.
I get you. Are you married?
And
How many girls have you dated? More than 5. Keep trying, you get to the right person. Keep trying. The first one didn't work, the second one didn't work, third didn't work, fourth. Now you're on the 5th one. Who knows who's going to be sick next time? The same way. It's a joke I normally say, right? I keep telling people, when I meet young people, we talk about relationships. I said, look, there's no man who is stingy in this world. No man. Just that your desire and his desire doesn't meet. That's why I don't get his money. Is it making sense? And this stays here, nobody cares about it. I can buy my girlfriend, those days, a laptop worth like 10,000 Ghana cedis. I couldn't buy my girlfriend a Mac for the face for 500. The desire don't meet. So the same way, the person's desire is not meeting what you are offering. I hope you understand. What you are asking, it doesn't meet the person's desire. There are people who are ready to come and want to mentor people. If you find that person, that's it. So don't stop writing. Keep writing. You'll find the right person. So there's no one fit and say, oh, once I've tried 1 or 2 and I don't get anybody, that's it. Keep trying. Look in the industry who you think will need your services. And say in exchange, I want you to just mentor me. Every quarter, I want to sit with you 30 minutes or 1 hour and listen to you, share my problems or share my plans, and then you can guide me. It will work, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I know some of us have questions as well. Let's just jot them down. We have a panel discussion, and then we'll take all the questions, and then it will be answered. So we would invite our next speaker, but we have a short video. After that, he will come and speak to us.
I am Captain Prince Kofi Amoabe, founder of the UT Group of Companies. It is imperative that we create entrepreneurs in this country. With the way the economic situation is going, the only way out to get jobs for those who are coming out is to create jobs. That's true entrepreneurship. Therefore, for those of us who have walked the trail, we must educate people and expose them to what is involved in entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is not supposed to be difficult, or leadership generally is not supposed to be difficult. It's difficult because of our setting, our environment, and our cultures. And therefore, we need to bear these factors which draw people out and scare people away so that the youth can actually face head-on the problems that come along the way. And the idea is to build thriving businesses that pass the test of time. So what I'm trying to do is actually to die empty. Die empty means giving out everything that I've learned, the experiences, the highs, the lows. And I've started by writing 2 books, and there's a 3rd on the way. The first book is called The UT Story, Volume 1. That is Humble Beginnings. It shows how you start almost with nothing, but with the right principles and discipline and mindset, you can actually build companies. And it talks about my life from the army and how we built up to a successful UT Financial Services. The second book is about building a winning team, and it's volume 2 of the UT story. It talks about how to build structures and expand your businesses from one business and even diverse into other fields, like starting with a financial services company and moving into properties and logistics and going international and things like that. I urge entrepreneurs, budding entrepreneurs, to actually get copies of these books and learn from our experiences so that they do not commit the same mistakes that we committed. It's supposed to actually enlighten people, not just about the achievements, but also about the pitfalls in doing business. Apart from the 2 books, there's a 3rd book which is about UT Bank, all the achievements and what went wrong and how it went down and the government revoked its license. But the books aside, I've also set up the PK Amoabe Leadership Foundation to have young people, new leaders with a revolutionized mindset, different mindset. Unless you change your mindset, there are a lot of factors in our cultures and our tradition that will take you away from the business. For example, some of these things are even your family and relatives and your loved ones. Their actions or inactions will impact on the business and can collapse a lot of businesses. Of course, politics does the same. So Pick Up Our Bay Foundation is trying to teach the upcoming people what to avoid in business and to let them get a different mindset. Because a lot of things that we see and take for granted, we don't even understand why we are the way we are. To lead the people, you need to understand the people and why they behave the way they behave. And therefore, we go deep down to actually tell you who the African is, the African mindset, what is right about it, and what is wrong about it when it comes to doing business. I urge people to take entrepreneurship at heart because that's the only way for Ghana to employ its teeming youth, and it should not be a mystery, or we should demystify the whole art of entrepreneurship and make it easy, encourage people to travel that route so we can employ a lot more people.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together once again. And so far, so good for all those who have organized the program. They have done it astutely well. If you look at the crowd and the sitting and everything, the level of dedication and the spirit with which everybody is sitting in this hall, let me tell you, the reward of your own life is your intuitive feeling which you generate today. And you are dealing with the most practicable personalities right here, gentlemen and ladies, right on your screen. And please do give them a resounding round of applause. The gentleman that I'm going to introduce to you next is a man who I always say, twist the storm and twist the seas. Throw him under the vehicle and you will end up rolling over, and he will be the radiator of the engine. Because he will cool the storm, he will not condemn the ocean, but he will tell you that the ocean is deep. But if you have experience, come, let's go and swim. Ladies and gentlemen, I have 3 forms of introduction that I always do. And I'm going to start by saying that K is the knowledge that he has so far shared with a lot of people in his publications, his experience and everything. He's very objective when it comes to the practicality of business and his relation with family. He always says, let them stay out of business, out of experience. F, he's a very factual personality who will not mince words at all. He will go straight to the point and tell you what exactly it is. Damn the consequences. I, very intelligent businessman. No wonder he was declared the best CEO of all times. Not only in the Republic of Ghana, because whatever happens on the continent these days, it's very global. The next I want to say about him is that he is a product of the University of Ghana Business School. And please put your hands together. I know the Legonites feel that Legon University or the Presex are the very best institutions. I'm jealous though. And the next thing I'm going to say is that, you know, the Chartered Institute of Management and Accountancy, as at the time that they were graduating as chartered accountants, it wasn't easy for you to come out with CIMA. It wasn't easy at all. Please, a round of applause on that score. And he is the founder of the UT Group of Companies. He is equally the founder of the PK Amoabing Leadership Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, you know the popular Johnny Walker brand. Yes, for me, that is a twist of faith between building up your leadership qualities and walking into your future with hope and great aspiration. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, he is not the type who, when you sing his praises, he will come and shake hands with you and say, thank you very much for praising me. He is the type who, when you put your hands together right now, and for me to say that, ladies and gentlemen, he, Mr. PK Amoabing, is the next speaker to mount the stage. Please give him a resounding round of applause.
I've listened to introductions about me so many times. This is a very powerful introduction. And Mr. MC, thank you very much. I think my job is really cut out for me. And the topic I have to speak to is also quite clear. A lot of people think I don't believe in Christ because I don't go to church. Well, I do go to church. When there's a good funeral that I must attend, or there's a wedding that I can't really run away from, then I go to church. And actually, some pastors have actually condemned me in their pulpits in churches. So when they said this, think Christ lectures, I said, at least some people believe that I know Christ a little bit. Now, the topic for the day is building a thriving business through strategic financial management, the role of financial literacy and entrepreneurship. Looking at the cross-section of you, it's not as if you have big businesses and things, apart from maybe Stephen and the Honorable too is established himself, and of course our big man here. So I am going to dwell on small businesses, and that's the majority, and that's what makes any country. So starting small businesses, I will take you through some salient points, things that you have to watch. Businesses in Ghana normally start with, Kwesi, let's go, Afia, let's go, and let's help me, I'm going to register, or I'm going to buy this, and so on and so forth. Before you realize there's a business and there's no structure in place. And then you say, let's go and register the company. And I made the mistake. I just said, there's nothing for us to really do. So it's 50-50. Never do that. When you are serious about the business and about its registration, number one, make sure the structure is right. The person with the vision should try to keep 51% minimum, because you know where the company should go and it is your baby and your dream. And not just share. Sometimes your wife takes 10% and your children take 5%. It's all unscientific. Because you may need the shares to raise money. You may need the shares to get a loan because you leverage it, and so on and so forth. So the structure of the company is very important. What you have to do when it comes to structure the company, and it's crucial, don't take it for a joke, because when a business grows, see, the friends or the acquaintances that you have and you start a business with, some people are very good friends when there's no money. As soon as they see money, they change. Some people are also very good friends when there's money, but when they hit the rocks, they will change. So be particular about the kind of structure that you have. Know what they are bringing before you give them the shares. One thing to look out for is that if you need monies initially, think about loan versus equity. Equity is what gives them the controlling interest, that the shares that they have, for the percentage of their controlling interest. And you know why you're giving them. Maybe they're bringing marketing expertise, but you can't afford it, so you want to give them some 5%, but you must value the kind of expertise they are bringing. If someone is bringing money, maybe he has a lot more money than you have. Therefore, you think the company is valued at, say, 100,000 cedis or 10,000 cedis, and because of the money they are bringing in, they can end up having majority shares. Don't do that. Keep at least 51% of the shares. My personal experience, when I was struggling with Unique Trust, a friend came and he said, you give me 200,000, 200 million cedis, something like that, the old cedis, 200 million cedis. And when we value the company, it means he would take 60%. And I told myself, listen, I will not give you the company, so let's forget it. Then I went to bed and I said, after all this company, if I don't have the money, I can't really take off. So then an idea hit me. I called him back and I said, I will take the 200 million and give you the 60%. But on only one condition. We have to state it clearly that at any point where I've made enough monies, I can buy at least 20% of your 60% and own 60%. And he said, no, that's not what he's aiming at. And I said, okay, fine. Forget it, because I don't want to be your employee. Now, the structure, if you don't do it right, will come back to bite you. Because if you do the normal 50-50 or there are 4 of us, 25-25, it will certainly affect the future of the company because people will change along the line when money is coming or when debt's coming. Every business starts with a business plan. As Stephen said, you must have a plan before you talk to anybody. And the fact is, when you start a new business, you don't probably have access. You don't have enough. You may want to go to the banks. Don't waste your time. I don't know of any Ghanaian banks that to support startups or small businesses, very small businesses. You may go to microfinance companies, but then you have to establish a relationship, savings and things before you get it. If you are lucky and keep trying, you may get an angel investor, somebody who, that some people or some organizations that will understand your proposal and go along with you. But invariably, your source of funding is family and friends. So you go to your friends who know you, you go to family members who know you, but then what it requires is that you must be a person of integrity because they should know that you have integrity and you're an honest person. Otherwise, they won't give you the money. That's the first thing. So if you are known as, when I was a kid, I was called Kofi Baboni. If you are known as Kofi Baboni, but I wasn't swindling people, and then you swindle people and do all sorts of things and take people's monies, then you have a problem raising initial capital. So assuming you are okay and you find people and you go to them for money, be sure you're going as a professional. Have a business plan, identifying your vision, your mission, exactly what you want to do, and the factors that you need to employ or deploy and so on and so forth. It doesn't have to be typed with photographs. It can even be on an exercise book, but at least the information should be very clear to you when you sit in front of anybody. And that includes your father, your mother, your sister, and everything. And I think Mr. Esken mentioned it. You don't go say that I need money and I'm doing this project and therefore give me money. Nobody will give you that kind of money. So you go prepared, talking about your product, talking about our services, talking about the kind of people you're going to work with, the customers you're going to attract, why you are also, your product or your service is special, it's different. Because if it's not different and it's ordinary, I don't think anybody will be interested. So you must be very clear what you're going to do. Now, most times people go to their uncles or fathers and things and they say, oh, I need money, and your uncle doesn't give you or your mother doesn't give it to you. Because even though they don't say it, you have not really touched the very important issue of return on the monies you are requesting. Because they are family, you are taking them for granted. But money has a cost. And your uncle or your mother or your sister can put that money you are requesting in treasury bill or something like that and make some money. Now you are going to ask for it for free because you're a family member. It doesn't work like that. So you talk about the business and the projected profit and tell them how much interest you're going to pay on their money month by month or year by year. It is important. They will not ask you because they are family. You think that, they are taking money for their family, but they want it. And you should mention it. Let me give you my personal experience. When I started Unit Trust, I was looking for money and I'll go to someone, I need 200 million CDs, that's old CDs. And I wasn't mentioning, I was only talking about equity. So if you give me 200 million, I'll give you a bit of equity. And it never worked. So one day I went to a friend in Koforidua. And he said I should come because I had hinted him about the project that I was going to do. So I went to this friend and I said, I need 200 million and shares and so on. So he wasn't listening. I realized his mind wasn't there. So I looked at him and said, Kofi, listen, you are not interested, so why did you call me here? And he said, Kofi, listen, you want 200 million to go and use to lend to people. It's very risky. if you should lose the 200 million, it will break our friendship, but I value our friendship. So I will give you 10 million and you pay whenever. Even if you don't pay, it's okay. Our friendship will be intact. And I got mad. And I said, I didn't come to beg you for peanuts. What do you mean? And told him a whole lot of words that you can't even write. So with the madness, I took off from Kufuria. I go to Sawam or Subum, and I was still mad and driving. And I stopped and took 2 bottles Guinness to calm down. So I go home, hurt, went to bed. I woke up in the morning and said, after all, this guy offered something. Because my other friends didn't offer anything, so why am I mad at him? And it hit me that friends want or may want to help, but they don't want to risk their own financial position. So I got up in the morning and wrote letters to friends that I knew. And I said, I've started this, and this is the project, and that, everything, a short, brief summary of my business plan. I said, if you give me minimum of 5 million cedis, I'll pay 5% every month. And I took these letters around. I wrote down names of about 55 friends, and don't forget, I needed 200 million. And 13 of them replied, and I realized 255 million. And I said, mission accomplished. Unique Trust is going to really survive. Now, the lesson here is, don't ask for too much money from any of these people, family, friends, and so on and so forth. Look for about 5. Look for about 10. People who trust you and know you and therefore want to make some sacrifice to help your cause. But still talk about interest. Because if you come to me for 100,000 cedis, I'll look at you and say, I'm not going to raise my 100,000 cedis. If you come to me for 10,000 cedis, I may look at you and say, okay, fine. I mean, I can help this young person with 10,000 and risk it. I'm not saying we should come for 10,000. Yeah, so that is okay about the funding for it. That's all I want to say about looking for initial funding. If there are any questions, you can bring them up. The other thing is is your product or the service. Be realistic. Business is about solving problems or improving the lives of people. That's what business entrepreneurship is about. So if your product is an ordinary product with nothing to distinguish it from the existing products on the market, think again. A lot of people will say that, they say there's money in bottling water or sachet water and things like that. What is special about your water, which will make people buy? There must be something. Otherwise, you cannot win. You should be clear. If it's even water, say that, listen, I think the mineral content is not good enough and it's not good for people. I'm going to introduce water, which has this special feature, and I'm going to hit that one to get to the minds of people and make their lives better or their water drinking life better. There must be something which is better than what's on the market. Normally, you don't look far. Every human being is looking for just 2 things. They are looking for ways and means of saving time. Every human being wants to save time. The second thing is that every human being is looking for quality time. Now, quality time, it depends on the people and it depends on the time or where they are. Quality time can be anything, like being with a loved one or relaxing in Dubai or relaxing at the beach or not having any problems or being in good health, a whole lot of things. So your product should save people time and it should give them quality time. And you should be clear what kind of quality you're giving them. So if your services and product are not giving quality time or saving people time, then think again. Now, if you take, let's say, the phone. The reason why everyone wants to have a phone is because it saves time. Instead of going to people, you can call, you can send them messages, you can do whatever you do. And then it gives quality time, entertainment, plenty. Stevie again said, don't stay only on TikTok, but I can do a lot. LinkedIn, Instagram, whatever, and people insult me on some of the Instagram. I refuse to let it get to me. But the point is that the phone is very important. Every human being will want to have one because it gives them quality time. And in addition, because people feel that if they are holding an iPhone 15 or 14, I don't know what the latest is, then they get respect, which is for them the quality life that they want. So your service should actually, you should be clear about your service as in what it is contributing to the lives of people. Is it changing their lives for the better as it gives them quality time, or it's saving them time? The other factor which is critical is your customers. You should be very clear who your customers are. Someone came to me, he started a small project and he says he wants to sell to Marriott Hotel and he wants to sell to Lancaster Hotel. And I said, you can't even meet the demand. And the requirement is so stiff for you because you just started. When I started Unique Trust, my clients, believe it or not, were wachi sellers, kose sellers, onion sellers, tomato sellers, Ogroni Wewu sellers, and those were my clients when I started in 1997. Because those were the people who could afford a loan at about 12% a month. And don't forget, my costs or my loan was costing 5% a month. So make sure you are clear about the customers that you identify. The reason why those people were my customers was, of course, I can't go to any company and say, I'll give you a loan at 10% a month. Nobody will take it. Now, these people in the markets, even now, are taking loans at about 50% a month, some 100% a month, because you give them maybe 1,000, end of the month you bring 2,000. Now it's happening. So if I could give them 12% or 15% a month, I was saving them money. Those were my target. And I had a relationship with them. I had to break it down and say, okay, fine, if I give you 1,000, you pay maybe 100 cedis every 2 weeks or something like that. And then they will work it out and say that, yes, it's better than the 50% they are taking. So be clear about the customers that you want so you can target your energies and everything into them. One thing, too, that you have to know about your customers is that you need to give them the time saving. So what UT or Unique Trust, what we did, if you remember, a loan in 48 hours, that is what distinguished us from all the other financial institutions. Because you want a loan, but you don't want to wait for 2-3 months before you know your feet. And we actually had to take the risk and mitigate risk mitigating factors around our operations and our processes to ensure that we can give the loan in 48 hours. And of course, when we work hard and give the loan in 48 hours, you must also pay with the alacrity. And that's what most people know us for. The business, when you start, most people, as soon as they see the first few monies, want to inform the whole world that they have arrived. And therefore, what they do, they buy a new car, forget about the cost that they have, and so on and so forth. Keep the principle of avoiding waste. Avoid waste at all costs and live frugally. Don't spend monies unless you can earn a lot more. It is said that business people, good business people, spend monies to earn money. But other people earn money or earn money to spend the money. If you go to, say, the ministries, they've spent the money they are earning already because they borrowed per perfume, shirt, whatever, jeans and things like that. And as soon as they get the money, it's distributed. But for a good business person, before you spend, you are thinking about how much more you earn out of it. And as I've lived that life and it's become a part of me. I tell people I have one shoe. Why do I need 4 or 5 shoes? One shoe to go to everywhere, every function, funeral, whatever, is only one shoe. And it's what are shoes for? Just for comfort of the feet. I know for women it's a bit different. So maybe you want to have 5 good shoes. But for me, my one shoe is okay for me. And then I remember when UT was growing, and I was that mean, holding on to the cost. And I took my car, which was a Mitsubishi, old Mitsubishi, and I was going to some investors to convince them to give us money. And I had done a beautiful presentation. And when they were coming to see me off, I was rolling my glass, and the glass just fell in. And they all looked at me, it's like, Opoman. So I came home, thought about it, and I said, no, image is important. So we'll buy a new car. And those days, they had a loan, a partial loan for buying BMW. So I went to the office, did my computations, how we can buy a new car and pay for it and what it would do to us. And I bought a BMW, which I was driving. Now my staff at one of the meetings said, sir, now that we made some small money, I think you are not controlling the monies, or you are now spending the monies, because we've seen that you bought a new BMW. Normally, as a businessman, you should be mad that how dare you challenge me. I was very happy. And I took my time to explain why we need a BMW for our image. It's not for me to just run around going after women or having a hard time, but to raise the image of the company. My point here is that sometimes you need to spend, but make sure that you are spending for a reasonable cause. And avoid waste and build capacity at all times. Some people will divert some money from the company and build a house and buy a car and make donations at funerals. It's the company's money. And mind you, the company is a different legal entity. So as a leader or the entrepreneur, if you take money from the company, you are stealing. And most people don't even get it. They think the company is theirs, and therefore they can do everything that they want. But build capacity at all times. And what you do is, first watch you yourself. You must be disciplined to a fault. To say, this is company money. This is my salary. And this is what I pay everybody. And the rest of the money is for the company, therefore we use it for the company to grow. It's very important. You need discipline, you yourself. Most of us don't have it. The other reason why most of us don't have it is that we're not disciplined enough to say no and also be realistic about it. Because apart from you yourself, which is the number one problem that you have in business company, you yourself, how you control yourself. Some people want to be seen that they've arrived, therefore they put their hands in the company money. And some people also want to feel that they're important. So when they get demands from other places, they can't say no. I told the political parties, I don't give my money for politics. And I paid for it anyway. Now, the second thing you have to watch in trying to avoiding waste and building capacity is your family and your friends. Apart from yourself, it's your family and your friends, because your family, sometimes they help you to raise the initial money, they give you support, and therefore you think you owe them. But if you owe them, it's a different matter. It's not company money. It's your own problem. You have to learn how to say no to family and friends. Now, when it comes to family and friends, even in employing people, it has to be family and friends who will say, oh, your brother, oh, your sister, oh, this, oh, that. And then you take those people. It's okay. if they have the right qualification. You don't take them just because they are recommended by family. But the problem is that for the African, coming with a recommendation from the family, they are not going to even help you run a company. They think you cannot sack them, therefore they can do whatever they want. The key here is, if you cannot fire somebody, do not hire them. So if they bring your nephew or your sister or your brother for you to employ, you look at yourself and say, if this person misbehaves, can I fire the person? If the answer is no, please find any excuse, don't hire the person. Because you are not only going to hire them because of the relationship, you are hiring them because they have to deliver for the company. The same thing applies to those who are really, really into churches. I've talked to people and somebody is coming for a loan and I ask for a question, he says, oh, Samwabe, I will have to see my pastor before I come back. And I said, bring your pastor to come and take the loan. So the pastors and the churches have undue influence when they are sorry about money and financial. And before you realize, they become your head of HR, they become your head of procurement and everything. And you cannot sack them because you can't go to the church and face the pastor that you sacked some people. I was known for sacking people all the time. But about sacking people, this is what happened. We're having a meeting and my staff say, sir, now you are nice, but we fear you. And I said, oh, why should you fear me? Me and you, pa. And they said, oh, you've been laughing with somebody and hugging the person in the morning, and by evening we hear you have sacked the person. And I said, but you should know that I have never ever sacked anybody before. And the whole place went, and I had to explain. I've never ever sacked anybody before because we have the policies, HR policies, the rules and everything. And people decide to go against that. And we apply the system. My responsibility is just to sign off that, okay, yes, truly, they've gone against the system, therefore they should go. And people sack themselves. It's not you, so don't take the guilt to yourself. The people have sacked themselves because they know what is right and they decide to do what is wrong because they love themselves more than the company. And what is more is like, it's like farming. When you grow crops, you have to clear the weeds so you can get a good harvest. So those who go against the systems must actually be sanctioned so the company can grow. Importantly is the fact that you must create a great corporate culture. This is critical. Create a great corporate culture because the upbringing of the average Ghanaian will not support the workplace. We are not brought well. Even the education system that we have now has got so many flaws. But you can change it. And leadership by example, most of what you use to change it. It is very important, I've hit again, that you need to create a different culture in your business. A culture which is based on sound values. There are some values that I think any company should have. It has to be based on God-fearing principles. If you're a Christian, you're a Muslim, the company's values should be around God-fearing principles. Because the Bible says, simply, love thy neighbor as thyself. If you ask me to sum up the Bible, that's what I will say. Love thy neighbor as thyself. What I would say in business is have respect for everyone. It's a notch lower than love. Well, love is a bit too heavy a word to apply. So you should have a value of respect for all. And it should guide the company in building its culture. Respect for all simply means make sure there are policies and rules and regulations that apply to everybody the same. And those rules and policies are led and exemplified by you, the leader. So if you say everyone has to be honest, your staff will have to believe you that you're an honest person. And for those of you who don't know, at UT, we got to a point where there was one lady who tried sleeping with almost everybody. And she was beautiful. And I heard there were some cliques, some people were working against other people, and this and that. And I called her, went through some questions, and said, listen, you are sacked. Because she owned up that she had slept with a few people. Then my head of HR said, you sacked her based on what policy? Because you say you believe in policies. I said, no, she wants to spoil my company, so she should go home. Actually, what I said was, even if she wanted to do it, she should do it at her level, beside the level in the company. But she was going diagonally in the organogram. But my head of HR insisted and said, even if it's true, it's her own body and there's nothing against it. So long story short, I said, and she told me, said, if you want to continue like this, we should put a policy, HR policy in place, which says there shouldn't be any amorous activities in the company. And I said, yes, I like that. So there was a policy which was called a morals policy, and it simply said you can't have love relationship amongst the staff. And I buttressed and said, we are creating a special family here. Sleeping with somebody in this company is incest, because you are not supposed to sleep with family people. Now, what that meant was that me, and I put my hand on my chest, when the company grew, there were beautiful girls, women, and things. I never slept with one of them because I had to lead by example. I knew a few people were doing it, but then you had to hide. Talking about that, the reason why I put that policy in place was to protect most of the young women. Because in Ghana, it's painful. You want a job, they want to sleep with you. You want promotion, they want to sleep with you. Even if you have praise that, they threaten you and you want to. But if there's a policy like this in place, at least the woman can say, I beg you, I don't want to lose my job. And you, the boss or whatever, you also don't want to lose your job. But I would say that sometimes it's the women who are trying to induce the younger men to sleep with them, sometimes. So, leadership by example. Every company that you form, I don't care which one, there must be respect for all. And treat cleaner, messenger, as you would treat your DMD and yourself. There are a lot of things that I used to do. One week, we had free lunch at UT, free lunch for every staff, which we started 1997 at the inception, and we continued with it until the company, UT Bank, went down. Now, when I went to the cafeteria for my free lunch, I will queue, meaning I stand the last person in the room, depending on when I get there. And you could see messengers, cleaners ahead of me. It didn't matter. Everyone is working on their time, and that they decide to come early. The CEO, first, I'm not going to eat in the private place. I'll come, be in the queue, and take my food for various reasons. One, I want to see what kind of food my people are getting. Two, it was time to interact with people and know how they were feeling. And also to show them ethics, eating ethics. Because I realized that some people would take their food, go and sit down and eat and leave. And I was thinking, how do I get them to behave better? So I will go and take my food, take tissue paper, come and clean the table, finish my food, and clean the table for whoever is coming after. Everyone did it. They all come with tissue and clean the table after they finish eating. Your staff will be looking at you and what you deliver. And you are supposed to create a culture of respect for all. The other value you need to have, obviously, is honesty and integrity. Every company must have that. And again, it's the leader who has to actually show that. And then you can add other value depending on the kind of company you want to form. Let's say if you are in transport or something business, safety and security is critical. So depending on the company that you form, you actually choose other values, and the leader must live it, and the leader must sanction people who don't live it. The sanctions should be very clear. People should go on orientation and know the rules of the company and the policy of the company and abide by them. The other success factor is your company will survive only if it makes profit. It's very obvious. So you must know your true costs of production, costs related to salaries, costs related to everything, and also know how you price your goods. So make sure the costs are there. I mean, you for example, you two were giving loans at the beginning, about 12% a month. So we say we'll give 5% to the investors. So we have 7% to manage. Now, 7%, we know that maybe 2-3% will go to default. So that leaves us with maybe 5%. And the 5%, we know salaries and other things will go through it. So we know our margin is probably around 2%. It should be on your fingertips. You, the leader, should know. So any cost which goes above what you have in your mind, you have to question it. It should be something on your fingertips that you do every day. So you know your costs, you know your break-even point, as in the minimum revenue that you should get to be able to break even. Because if you don't make profit month on month, then of course you are chopping the capital of the company, and the company is bound to go down. So 4 factors. Your product is very, very important. That you know your product, you know what it does to your customers. It saves them time and it gives them quality time. You know your customers, those that you've targeted, those whose lives you want to improve, and what they need from you, and the services and the whatever goes with it. Then you need to be profitable. So you know your costs, you know your revenues, and your overheads. But most important, 80% should go into how you groom your people. That is the culture bit. How you create a culture where everybody is dependent on the other person. There's transparency in the company and there's love in the company. It should come to a point where everybody loves the company and loves the neighbor. My typical example is, I was sitting in the office, we were probably about 12 at the time. And a beautiful lady walked in and said, "You seen that we're doing some work here," and that she needed a job, just like that. And I looked at her and she was Peter. I said, "Go and sit there, you are the receptionist." Because of the way we run the company, the transparency and the love and respect for everybody. And I was transparent to the point that we will inform at the staff meeting those people who are bad creditors and we can't even find them. And we show their picture and say, this guy, that. This receptionist was in Makola and met one of our defaulters. And she begged some policeman to arrest the guy. And they brought the guy to our office. Receptionist normally has nothing to do with what the company is doing. They come and they receive for them. But she was incensed and involved in the business to the point that she was like a loan monetary officer and she got a client arrested. That is what the company should become. It should be concern for the company's vision and everything, and the love for each other. I will say this to probably end this bit to say that I believe that if you create a good company, the company is the number one family of everyone. Before your Necros family. People don't understand it. But I'll tell you this. When you're working for a company, you wake up every morning. If you live in Amrahia or beyond, then you wake up about maybe 5 a.m. or 4:30. And then you rush to this company. And you spend your whole day out to about 5 p.m. in that company. And then you get home maybe 7, 8 o'clock. And you do this constantly from Monday to Friday. So you live your life in the company. Literally. You live in the company. You don't live even with your family. Weekends, you probably will see them. So your number one place that shapes your life is the company. So make the company a place of comfort, of enjoyment, of love, of sharing relations. And love your people. They should care about you. You should care about each other, families, and everything. That is the kind of atmosphere you should create in the company. So your first family should be the company. After all, the family will also give you the resources to be able to maintain the nucleus family. So to create a family atmosphere in your company, that's the only way you can get people to give all their best. Always try to be different. You should know what is different about your company. But I'll give you the clue that people want to save time or they want quality time. At Unique Trust or UT, what made us different was a loan in 48 hours. No institution could give a loan that fast. Even as we sit here with the bank collapse and things, the people call me and say, "Kofi, where do I go? Because what I have, I need the money in about a week." And I said, "I don't know. Because I don't find any institutions that are prepared to serve the people that fast." You should be clear about your unique selling proposition. If it's watching, it's like, my Willie is first class. And people should say that if you want good Willie to go to Wache, it's this person. Make sure it's very clear and you pursue it to a fold. Now, I want to say this again by way of ending. Leadership is not necessarily difficult. It is not that difficult. Because in other jurisdictions, you find a good product, a good service, and the people understand what they have to do when they're in a company. In other jurisdictions, even your son or your daughter, when they are going to school, they know that at age 18, they are leaving the house. So they come to you when they are 18, you say, "Dad, Mom, thank you so much for helping me, I'm moving with a friend to find an apartment or to find a job in another state." So that your children will leave at age 18. That's what the systems work. That's the culture they have. Compare and contrast that with Ghana. The person grows up, works, he's 60 years old, goes on pension, and then he carries his things to his family house to say, "This one was sharing," and he wants a place to put his own house or something. So the culture here is different. That's why I stress the culture bit. Outside, you employ somebody, he knows he has to be on time, whether it snows or whatever. In Ghana, it was raining, so I couldn't come. And you're not supposed to do anything. But you have to create the kind of culture, the leadership style should be such that people will act and behave differently. Elsewhere, your mother, when you're going to town to shop, and you are with your mother or mother-in-law, if she needs a coat, she will give you the money to buy the coat. She will never say, "Buy it for me for free." But here, your mother-in-law comes and she takes over the house. That's anything that she likes. So there's the urgency to create a different culture, please. And the biggest problem that we have in Africa is about the people. And don't joke with the people. They can destroy the company easily. Don't trust people easily. Make sure that the policies, the systems work, and open your eyes and make sure that everybody goes by it, and also act and carry yourself in a way that the policies and everything is respected. This way, you can create the kind of company that will strive and surpass others. And the idea is to keep the company that's sustainable. You have to watch these aspects as you go on. Maybe when I talk and people say, "Oh, well, yeah." The UT story, or especially of the bank, came down because we lost the culture of the bank, of the UT, when we became a bank. When we were smaller, we had a great culture. We achieved a lot. We brought it into banking, but we diluted it because we had different entities coming in with their own culture, diluted the culture, then we started having problems. So the culture is the most important. Love thy neighbor as thyself, which the Bible says. I have actually brought it a notch lower to say respect everybody and respect thy neighbor as thyself. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We will take 3 questions. But before we take the questions, if you want to use the restroom or you want to stretch your legs, please do so. Can I see by hand the 3 hands?
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Kofi Rabin, for sharing such priceless nuggets with us. I must say that you're a very strong man for coming this far and still gathering the courage and power and bringing us all the nuggets that will help us as young people. I have 2 questions to ask you. It's going to be a bit emotional, at least to me. So I hope you can relate with me. First question. Indeed, 11:48 hours was very unique to UT Bank, and I applaud the company for that. And I believe that you definitely answered the question or brought a solution that customers definitely required. However, I'd like to ask, do you think that standing out with that unique proposition was a bit audacious to the company? Do you think it affected the company as it goes to its 4th stage of the business cycle? I just want you to touch on it a bit, just maybe. And then I think the second one is that being in a company before where the company got to that 4th stage, where the business cycle is getting to its side. And I can look into my CEO's eyes and I can tell she's tired. It was a she. And she definitely wanted to give up. But she had staffs like myself, who is like, we're not giving up yet. We still think we want to find ways of either diversifying or opening up our wings further to see how best we can turn things around. And then some of us kept pushing, but you can tell them that, oh no, she's tired. Did you get to that point? Did you have staffs like myself who wanted to keep pushing you to keep going? And how did you manage such a situation? Thank you.
My name is Susanna Mensah Metume. The question I have for you is this. When you realize that you've gotten to a stage where the business is going down, with all the history you know about the business, the story, the sacrifices, what was going through your mind? How did you even break the news to those who trusted and then believed in you? And also, I know there's something that comes with power. You being so influential at the time that the business is thriving, and when the business and the experiences you had with people, how people treated you, after the business maybe collapsed, how were people treating you? How did you deal with that mind shift for you to survive till now?
Thank you very much. I think the first question dealt with the 48 hours and if it wasn't audacious. I tell you, no, it wasn't. We didn't just do it at low in 48 hours. And what happened was we challenged ourselves to come up with this product. I was looking at the people who were coming to us as in our customers. And I said, in everyone, by the time they come to us, the need was very right. I said they needed the money a week before or like today. And even now, if you want a loan from any of the banks, to take at least 1 month, I believe. And the typical SME, somebody has some goods sitting there, and the person is waiting for the money to give them the goods. And if you are going to take 1 month, the business will be gone. Secondly, you assess the business or evaluate the business, and if you delay, by the time you give the money, the business is gone, but the customer will still take the money. The customer is now going to look for another business to do, a business that you have not evaluated. So then your defaults are going to be higher. So I called my team and I said, let's find ways and means of doing loans in 1 week. It was quite challenging, but then we said, oh, what can we do? And we broke down the lending process from somebody says, I need a loan. Then they walk to our office. What happens? And we realized that, okay, if he comes, we say, okay, go and bring this, let's write a report for the chief. I said, no, cut it all out. And then the person or the company needs valuation of the property, and that requires going to an external property valuer to do measurements with photos and all those things. You also need to do a search at if they bring their title deeds to make sure that it's their name. Now, some of the solutions I did was this, and always go through the entire circle. I said, one, if somebody wants a loan and they come to the reception, they should come to me first. Shouldn't talk to anybody. Bring the person. So the person comes to me, and within 5 minutes, I can assess if there's a possibility of doing a loan for that person, or the person is not ready, and I'll point out what they need to get before they come. One, I save people's time. If we won't give it a loan, please don't waste your time, because people can waste about 3 months and still be told that they won't give the loan, and I don't want to waste anybody's time. Two, if we could do the loan, 5 minutes, I give it to a project officer to do that loan. And that alone cut off at least a month of credit, of the credit period. Then I asked the question, how long does the search take? The search will normally take 2 weeks if you go and apply. And I said, what do we want from the search? We just want someone to go and see if that title, the title belongs to this client. So I said, okay, go to Lands Department and find someone that we will pay to do the search for us. So the search then came in about 2 hours maximum, because we went to give it to our guy, and he will go and look at, so it's okay to deal with it. It's his property, or it's a property. When it comes to valuation, we're not in the business of taking people's properties. We wanted to make sure that the property that you have is in existence and that the value you state is right. So I said, let's employ a valuer, professional valuer. So we employ a professional valuer who will drive to the property, make sure it's there, the size and everything, and he will give me a call. I said, PK, the property is worth 200,000 plus or minus 10%. That's all I needed. So critically look at the field in which you are and ask questions about why they do the things that they do. So search, we could do it in 2 hours or less. Valuation, we could do it in an hour. The whole process, you go back to the client and you, instead of asking them, as the banks would do, give us 3 years financial statement, which will be false anyway for most people. They will just go and forge figures. We train our people to go there, look at stocks, look at cash, look at weekly turnovers and things like that, and the revenues, and look at their books, bank statements, and give us a statement of account. It was something that we were doing by hand at 48 hours, come and give you the loan. We just covered and put risk mitigating factors around the whole thing. That's why we could do it in 48 hours. Plus, we had an efficient way of monitoring. We'll give you a loan. The next day we come to see what you've done. The week we come to see what you've done. If you are not coming, we will come to you. And I used to go to people's houses, jump the gate to go and collect my money. The second, or the part two of the of the first questioner was, when things were going down, if I had staff who were saying I should keep on and so forth. Yes, I had staff who felt that I was the only one they wanted to work with, and that so long as I'm there, things will turn around. But I left the bank in 2015, and I was 63 years old. If you want to do the math, I'm 72. And at 63, I had passed pension age, and the bank wasn't doing well. So we decided to put in a restructuring plan. So the bank, me, my Chief Operating Officer, some other officers, and Bank of Ghana, we got a restructuring plan in place, which talked about raising more capital, trying to recover the loans that were not coming, looking at the risk management, a whole lot of things. And I offered to step down. I've been CEO from inception. So I said, in Accra, I said, in Soche or Tuemwa, Junior. And I said, maybe the fault is from me. And at 63, I think probably I'm past my prime. So I offered to step down and let my CEO take over as the new CEO. That was in 2015. 20 months later, the government closed down the bank. So, yes, there was the support from staff who wanted to see me there. But I had to examine myself. I mean, I can't stay on top of things that are going wrong and blame others and systems and things like that. I must look at myself. I said, I'll step down and let's get a fresh pair of hands. That's what happened. So, yes, there were staff who wanted me to stay, but I had to tell myself that enough was enough. I think the last second question is talking about my resilience and how I survive. It's a question that comes up all the time. Let me tell you something. I told you that when I was CEO, I would go to the cafeteria and queue like everyone else. So I was no more CEO. The bank had been assumed by GCB. And one week, Saturday, I realized I needed money fast to go to my village. So I took my checkbook and I went to where I used to be CEO, that is Airport City. I went to the office and I went to stand in the queue. There was pandemonium of, what does he want here? And then they came, sir, why are you here? And I said, why do people come here? They come to cash their check. And I'm in the queue. They said, no. They go and sit in the car. I said, I'm not sitting in any car. And they rushed, got me fresh news, and came to escort me back to the car for me to go away. Now, as this went on, I was reflecting. For me, it's nothing. I used to queue, even when I was CEO here. If I have to queue now, it's the same. But I realized that if I was the kind of CEO who would raise himself and let people know he's the boss and not fraternize with people or mix with the people and queue and things like that, you get into depression. If you have to come to banking hall, you probably can't come. In other words, stay humble at all times. And that is what gives you the ability to survive and the resilience. Two things. Believe in your God. He put you here and he makes things happen. I remember when I was Johnny Walker and posters and billboards, I was huge. What I said was, God, why me? Because it was too much. I didn't get up to say, hey, me, I said, no. God, this is too much. Why me? So when God takes you through the highs, he knows why he takes you this, right? If you have to go through the lows, don't let him down. Just be saying, God, what's next? Now, in the case of my situation, because I stayed humble all the time and I believe in God, I know nothing can touch me. The only thing is I tend to speak my mind too much. But again, if things irritate me, I will say it. And if that gives me enemies, I don't care because I don't fear any human being. All I fear is my God. Thank you.
distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a round of applause. It's been an exciting afternoon so far, and I'm equally very proud of you as being the moderator. Let's give her a resounding round of applause. Can I have the books? I was a business student in the UPSA years ago, and I lectured there for a year for national service. I figured out how it was to be an academician. It's not easy at all. And I ran into the Faculty of Music thinking that I was going to be a champion, but it did not happen. But the simplicity that you express in everything brings the complexity in your style of life. And if you are taking a sip of your water right now, you deserve a second round of applause. A lot of people may think that I was saying all these things because I want to sing the praise of all the leaders here, the very renowned leaders here, so that I can get a job tomorrow to play music. No, it's not like that. I will tell you something. If you read either of these books, you will begin to understand that you do not need the recommendation or the validation of anybody. I learned that when I was 16 years. I was a student in Presec, and I walked to my mom and said, Mommy, I'm not going to, when I get all the certificates, I won't work with it. What I need to know, I think I know. I'm going to be a musician. But I will be that kind of musician who will become the musician's musician, because I have other things I would want to do. My mom said, no, you finish. When you read this book, I beg your pardon in God's name. I'm not asking you to go and borrow money and buy it because you won't get it at 5% interest anymore. But I can guarantee that you are solidifying your resemblance with an identity that has walked the cracks and crevices of our local and international ways of doing business. Please, I'm not going to say buy it right now, but in the next 30 minutes, please start placing an order for these books. Thank you very much. I think a copy of each is about 200 CDs or so. If you send a text request to 10 friends of yours and say, please send me 10 CDs, 20, that's social networking, 20, and say, look, I have a very interesting thing coming up. There's this book that I would like to pass around among the 10 of us. 10 of you will buy it for 20 CDs. So get it for 20 CDs and then pass it around and create a fraternity of a social culture to drink Coca-Cola or anything. So I'm done with this one. I'm going to be inviting the next speaker. I'm not taking the job from my co-MC. She's one of the most efficient, but I need to introduce the next person. As for this one, I have interest because he's a politician. I have interest because he's a politician. Not the kind of politics that brings you to partisan relationships, but the kind of politics that give you an understanding of somebody who has worked in the interest of the youth. Ladies and gentlemen, and has influenced a lot of youth leadership in the political area of business. He is known for his strong leadership skills, dedication to public service, and his efforts to promote youth development, social justice, and the Pan-African agenda. This gentleman has a distinguished career in politics and has several governmental positions. He held several key roles, including that of a member of parliament, CEO of the National Youth Authority, board member of the Youth Employment Agency, board of the Duke of Edinburgh's Head of State Award, the board of Ghana's Standard Awards, Ghana Standards Authority Anti-Bribery System, among others, and a member of the 2012 Presidential Inaugural Committee, among others. Throughout his time in public service, he has consistently demonstrated committedness to improving the lives of people he represents. He is the first member of parliament in the Fourth Republic to successfully sponsor private members' bill. He is equally a recipient of the 2019 Most Awarding MP Award by the National Students Association for his support of the needy but brilliant tertiary education students. Even though he spent only 4 years in Parliament, he is seen as one of the most impactful MPs of the 7th Parliament. This honorable member dedication to public service extends beyond his political career. He has been actively involved in charitable and philanthropic causes, supporting various initiatives aimed at poverty alleviation, community development, environmental sustainability. He firmly believes in the power of collaboration and actively encourages public-private partnerships to achieve sustainable development goals. Throughout his career, he has earned the respect and the admiration of constituents, colleagues, and the public at large. He is widely recognized for his integrity, transparency, and fairness. In March 2022, he petitioned Parliament over absenteeism in Parliament, a move that saw the dragging of some MPs to the Privileges Committee to answer very important questions. His sense of patriotism and passion for public service and unwavering commitment to youth development and social justice serves as an inspiration to others. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, now the person I'm going to introduce has his name as R, a man who's very realistic. He has a lot of abilities, very specific in his drive, and has been a member of Parliament with an understanding of a balance that is well created by reason. And he's up to the task of bringing this knowledge to bear, which is the key that earns his name as profile of a man as profiled Honorable Ras.
Did you know that a good network can open an important deal? Yes, indeed, my friend. It's important that we expand our network and ignite the world of possibilities. And that is why I invite you to this exciting conference on the 2nd of March 2024 at the Airport View Hotel. You will be joining me, Ras Mubarak, and other exciting speakers as we share experiences with you on these important topics of mentorship, entrepreneurship, networking. It's your opportunity to build your confidence, to reach out to new possibilities, and to ignite the fire in you to achieve more in whatever it is you want to do. See you there.
Thank you very much indeed. A very good afternoon to all of you, and to distinguished speakers as well. There's an old Akan adage that Aburojariana in Suasa, with a distinguished personality in the person of Captain Prince Kofi Amoaben speaking before my turn. It makes it a bit difficult, daunting, but equally exciting. So I'm humbled to be here to share my experiences with you. And I'll begin by commending Mr. Francis for organizing this event. I think he deserves a round of applause. Earlier on, Stephen did mention that when he was growing up, he didn't have, mentorship opportunities like this. And I think for persons my age and older, this resonates with all of us. So for you young persons who happen to be here, I think it's a very unique opportunity that you have to advance your careers. And this being Ghana Month, let me say big ups to everyone who is wearing anything Ghana. I think we have got to be proud of this country, Ghana. It's a great country, and if we all believe in the country Ghana, we can make it and turn it into what it is. And of course, a very big round of applause to Mr. Prince Kofi Amoaben. At 72, and ladies and gentlemen, he celebrated his birthday just last week on the 22nd of February. At 72, he still looks very good, and that is testament to discipline. And these are some of the things that we require for you to take home with you. So it's not just about succeeding in whatever endeavor that you're interested in, but how you even look after yourself. So that is very important. Now, before I begin my presentation on building bridges to success, mastering networking and communication skills, I'm going to share a story with you. I'm a Ghanaian, proud one, and I believe in Project Ghana. Now, there's this story about some 17 Ghanaian professors
who were invited to sit in an airplane for a trip abroad. You know, when they were all seated and ready for takeoff, they were told that the plane was made by their own Ghanaian students. Shocked and alarmed, very shocked and alarmed. I mean, we are not notorious. Boeing is made somewhere else. You know, other airplanes are made somewhere else. We are not notorious, you know, for making planes. So these professors became very, very alarmed. All of them, interestingly and predictably, jumped out and ran out of the plane. Leaving, ladies and gentlemen, only one professor in the plane who was very calm and composed. Now, he was asked why he wasn't surprised, you know, and why he was still seated whilst his colleagues had jumped and ran out of the plane. He simply said, if this plane was really made by our own students, trust me, it won't even start. This was the response of the professor. Now, this story, even though fictional, sums up how cynical we have become as Ghanaians, how we are all supposed to be involved, like the professors, in building our motherland, yet renege on our responsibilities, yet expecting Project Ghana to be great and strong as envisioned by our forefathers. So I keep telling everyone, if I were to go and come back again, I would still want to be a Ghanaian, because even though Ghana is not perfect, Ghana is a great country, and we all should be proud in that. Now, that said, my presentation is on, could you go back a bit? Just a second to the slide. Building bridges to success, mastering networking and communication skills. So I would share a few thoughts with you. Give you some definitions and personal experiences. Let's go to the next slide. I'll look through the definitions, the power of communications, who forms your network, Dunbar's theory. It's a very interesting theory. Importance of networking, how to grab attention, and how to build networks. The big question that I would like to start with is, did you know that even the goldfish has a longer attention span than you and I? I don't know if you all know that, but that is a fact. And the other fun fact is that 70% of employers use social media to screen candidates during hiring processes. So for all of you young friends gathered who use your social media handles to twerk and do all manner of things, your next employer could be looking at the sort of things you put on Twitter, TikTok, etc. Now, so we define networking as a supportive system of sharing information and services amongst individuals and groups having a common interest. This is a dictionary definition. Another definition is that networking is creating a group of acquaintances and associates and keeping it active through regular communication for mutual benefits. A lot of us don't keep our networks active. You know, we make friends, we take the number, and we never call, we never text, we never say hello until we need something. And oh, Amma, I saw you wearing that nice dress. Can I borrow it? Or Kofi, I'm in a bit of a fix, and I thought you would be able to help me, get out of that fix. If you have established network, it is important that you water it. Just think of a flower. You plant a flower, and what happens if you don't water the flower? The flower dies. Same way, if you establish a network, if you don't keep it green, if you don't keep in touch, that network dies and nobody is interested in that. Now, communication, the art of imparting or exchanging of information by speaking, writing, or using some other mediums. We all know this. So communication is the power behind networking. I'd like to ask you a question. How many of us here we're just in the month of March, how many of us read a book or books and completed them in the month of February? Could you show by hand? God bless you. Now, out of a room of probably 200 participants, we have about 4 people who read a book cover to cover. It would surprise you, or shall I say, it should not surprise you, if in the next year you see those who actually read a book cover to cover doing very well whilst you are lagging behind. And if we really, really want to be successful in whatever we do, whether it's business, whether it's the ministry, whether it's politics, Stephen mentioned this earlier, we've got to build libraries, you've got to read books, and from today going, I do hope that you would make it a point that at least in every month, you would start and complete one book. It works like magic. It's worked for me. It's worked for many successful people, not just in our country but around the world. And I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that it would work for you too if you made that a habit. So we'll go to the next slide. Who forms your network? Interesting question. The people you have known in the past. So your classmates, schoolmates, you lived in a neighborhood, you met some people, you got to know each other, they form your network. Former work colleagues, they form your network. People you know now, people you work with, people you are in the same school with, people you are in the same neighborhood with, they form your network. And people you would know in the future. I'm meeting some of you here for the first time. There may be exchanges of contacts. You're meeting some distinguished personalities for the first time. There may be exchanges of contacts. These are the groups that form your network, and you have to keep that in mind. Now, what is the Dunbar's theory? It's a very interesting theory. The Dunbar theorized that once a human makes more than 150 connections, the social group becomes less cohesive and will begin to split off and collapse. He went further to say that the maximum number of people with whom you can maintain an effective relationship should be 150 people at a time, and that the number of people one can manage differ based on personalities. That is also important. And so this is Dunbar's theory. I don't know if you can see from where you are. So if you can call 5 people your intimate. Somebody may be your friend, but the person may not be an intimate friend, right? So there's a difference. And there's a difference between an intimate friend and a close friend. So Dunbar theorized that maximum 5 people should be your cycle of, intimate friends. And 14 should be your circle of close friends. And acquaintances, people you know as a result of work, as a result of school, as a result of where you live, and the sort of things you do should be up to 150. Extended plus or minus 450. Anything beyond that, Dunbar theorized that is chaos. And can you imagine managing 450, network at a time? It's really, really difficult unless you don't have any job, unless you're not studying, unless you're not doing anything. And all you do when you wake up is to be on WhatsApp or whatever medium and be texting and checking up on people. So it's important to have this at the back of your mind, that keep it tidy, keep it neat, keep it close, but keep it important. 5, intimate. 14, average, close. 50 friends, people you could actually call friends who would be there for you any day, anytime you wake up and you call them, they are there for you. Extended, 150 acquaintances. Acquaintances 150, extended 450. That should be about it. Next slide, please. Now, the importance of our professional networking. In today's hyper-connected world, professional networking has become an indispensable tool for career growth and success. According to a study by LinkedIn, 85% of jobs are filled through networking. Through networking. It's very important you take note of that. A survey by HubSpot found that 79% of professionals say networking has been crucial for their career success. And indeed, it's a given. There's a job opening, because there are a number of applicants. I'm sure many of you have seen the number of people who have lined up for security jobs whenever they are recruiting people in the army, whenever they are recruiting people in the police, whenever they are recruiting people in fire service, immigration, etc. People even sleep at LWAC just so that they can be in front of the queue the following day. If you have a solid network, you wouldn't have to go and sleep there. I'm sure one phone call should be able to open, important doors. And that is why networking is very, very important. A study by Career Builders revealed that 70% of employers use social media to screen candidates during hiring processes. And I'll give you a practical example. So 6 years ago, I was still a member of parliament. I had applied to travel to the States with my spouse on a private visit. So the protocol officer from parliament sent all my details to the US Embassy. And then they requested for my social media handles. They wanted to see what I do on social media. I have very strong views on a lot of things, especially political. And for those who are Westerners, persons like myself have become controversial people for them. So they wanted to see whether I have said anything on social media, on Twitter, on Facebook, that may not have sat well with their interests. Lo and behold, nothing I said was far from the truth. And so, long story short, they issued the visas for me, my kids, and my wife. And even though I was a sitting member of parliament, they had even issued the visas to my wife and kids. And after a month, before they issued my visa, because they were going through what I put out there on social media. Now, I share this with you to caution you that we have to be very careful. The things we put out there, you might think, they are for fun. You're half naked on social media. You are insulting elders. You are being rude. Someday, somehow, there may be a very big opportunity for you, and your employer would comb. That's why they say the internet doesn't forget. They would comb everything you've. And since Facebook has been in existence, I've been posting from its inception till date. So imagine somebody going through all my posts over the years, and as young people, we want to be successful. And so we should use social media as a very positive tool for growth, for networking as well, and for sharing positive stuff. And this should tell us that we need to be very, very careful. The other day, the Ghana School of Law I don't know whether they scrapped that decision. I don't remember vividly. But there was a point about fresh students submitting their social media handles before admissions. Ghana School of Law. I mean, this is happening in foreign universities. In foreign universities, professors have lost their jobs. And many of you know this. I think there was a black woman at Harvard who lost her job for over some things she had said in the past. So I can't overemphasize on this point enough. We need to be exceedingly careful. Unless you are somebody like me who believe in Ghana, who would not miss not getting an opportunity to travel abroad. If I go to apply for a visa and they say they won't give me, there are over 170 countries around the world. So if an European country would not give me a visa because I am strongly opposed to, activities of LGBT in Ghana, so be it. There's Asia, there's Africa, there's plenty of places to visit, but for young people starting up, you need to be very, very careful. And that is why I'm spending a longer time emphasizing on this. Now, who are you and who are you engaging? There are 3 types of people in a network value chain we all need to be aware of. There are those who are directly connected to many people. They are socially active within an organization. They tend to know everyone. The plug, as Gen Zs call them, they are the plugs. Generation Z calls them the plug. Now, these people may not be the bosses, but they are in school or in an organization, but they know what is happening and they know who to point you to see if you need something very important. In any network, you need to look out for these people, whether it's your place of work, whether it's school. It's very, very important. Then you have the gatekeepers. The gatekeepers hold the key to specific people. So the gatekeepers are like, if you like, personal assistants. The president's scheduler. There's somebody who schedules appointments for the president. That is his job. It's called the scheduler. So if somebody wants to see the president or somebody wants to meet the president or the president is going somewhere, if it's not in his book, forget it. So you may go to the president and the president will say, come and see me tomorrow. If it's not captured in the scheduler's, diary, you may come, but you may have to wait a long time, to see the president. Those are the kind of people, the gatekeepers, the personal secretary, the personal assistant. If you are connected with them in the school, in the place of work, they can help get things around. And then the pulse takers. Pulse takers are indirectly connected to a great number of people. They tend to have their fingers on the pulse of an organization, but they are silent weapons. So when I was in Parliament, as a first-term MP, 2017 to 2021, I was the only one who could get a minority leader in my house to have lunch or dinner. I was the only one who could get Oseche Mensah Bonsu, majority leader, to my house to have dinner. I was the only one who could get the Speaker of Parliament to my house to have dinner. I'm not saying this to brag, but saying this to tell you that irrespective of where you find yourself, that your network could be so valuable, could be so rich that you could actually play with the big boys, and and it is important that you carry yourself in all humility. You carry yourself as a decent person, somebody who wants to learn. And if people trust you, if people get to realize that you are an asset, they will tend to take you seriously, even if you are the smallest person in the room, and so don't lose hope. There's a brighter future for all of you, and many of you can do and achieve a lot of greater things than myself, Kofi Amobeng, Stephen, Dr. Catherine and everybody else who will be speaking to you may have achieved in their lifetime. It is only in your mind and how you want to carry yourself. And that can only happen if you don't lose your communication skills. Because it's communication. Networking is communication. You are in touch with somebody, you don't know how to communicate with them, you don't know how to express yourself to tell them how you feel, whether it's business, whether it's friendship, whether it's family, etc. It becomes very, very difficult. And that is why, for me, I would always emphasize on getting the communication tools right. We're in an English-speaking country, right? So our means of communicating is English. And so if you don't have it at your fingertips, even if you met the most successful person in Ghana, it becomes difficult to, do business because you can't express yourself in a manner that you are expected to express. Let's go to the next slide. Grab attention. You could meet a very important network. You have 1 minute to impress that person. 1 minute. And that 1 minute is make or break. Maybe you are a student. Say the sitting president visits your school. He's shaking the hands of students, and you are lucky to be in the front row, and he shakes your hand. What do you say to the president? You meet a business person accidentally, maybe in church, maybe in mosque, maybe at a gathering. You happen to be in the same pew with him. What do you say to the person? You can't start a conversation. You can't say, you have 60 seconds to make an impression. Maybe you're going for a job interview. As Captain Prince Amabwin said, he personally did the assessment. So in 5 minutes, he could tell whether you are a credible loan seeker or not. So you have that 1 minute to make an impression. And if you don't have your tools, your P's and Q's right, you'd blow it. And that is why we, put this there, that averagely, the goldfish has a longer attention span than humans. A human being's attention span is 8.25 seconds. You need to be able to grab people's attention by the things that you see. And anytime you get a minute with people, you grab their attention to be clear, to be concise, to be very interesting. Now, if you're not well read, it becomes very difficult. Say you meet somebody who is successful, but the person is in finance or banking. You studied geography. That is, finance is not your sphere. It's not your forte. How do you strike a conversation with somebody who is in finance if you're not well read? It becomes very, very difficult. And you get to read by buying your own books, by borrowing books, by going to libraries. For those of you who are familiar with Kumasi, I used to live in a neighborhood called Sepeti Boom, Kumasi Academy, for those of you who know Kumasi Academy. And sometimes I would walk to Edum. They have a bookstand there. It was the only place in Kumasi you could get all the good books, all the latest magazines. It's right under GT, for those of you who are very familiar. Look at the distance. All the way from Sepeti Boom to Edum and back. And that's over 3 kilometers journey just to get a book that I'm interested in. Sometimes focus on Africa, a summary of what is happening within the continent of Africa. I would walk just to get a copy of the latest BBC Focus on Africa magazine. That is how much time people like myself have put in building ourselves. And we would wish that you, the next generation, the future of our country, would imbibe these habits into yourself. So it's very important. And you should capture who you are, what you do, and why you are here, and why the person you're speaking to should care. I mean, somebody is very successful. Ordinarily, he may not take interest in somebody who's just out of the university, who's just starting up, you know. How do you capture that person's attention? How do you tell them who you are, what you do, and what you're looking for from them? 1 minute, maximum 3 minutes, you should be able to encapsulate all of that. So how to build networks, enhancing your network, very, very important. Now, you have to define your network goals. Me, I sleep politics. I breathe politics. I know what is happening in every country. I know which economies are doing well and which are not doing well. That is my area of interest. It doesn't mean I'm not interested in finance and banking. It doesn't mean I'm not interested in football or golf, you know. So you want to be a bishop. You want to be a professor. You want to be an academic. You want to be the next rich person in Ghana, an entrepreneur. That is what you want to do, right? You've carved a niche for yourself. You've defined what you want to do. So who do you get in touch with that can coach, that can guide, that can mentor, that can lead you to achieving that goal? If you speak to me, I may be able to say a few things, but I will speak politics and talk to you about leadership, you know. But there are people who've done it business-wise, who've been very, very successful, and who could better tell you how to manage yourself, your lives, and how to become a successful entrepreneur than myself, you know. So that is what the first, paragraph is all about, defining your network. And it says that a survey conducted by Forbes found that professionals who set networking goals are more likely to achieve career success. All the people I speak to, majority of them, whether, in Ghana or globally, are people who are into politics, in leadership. That is what I want to do. So when you come to my house, I have about 200 books written by politicians. And you can talk about all the successful politicians of the last 50 years. 200 memoirs. That is their personal stories as leaders. So I'm reading this book. I'm understanding what goes into their minds as politicians, how they are addressing critical issues. So that tomorrow when I find myself there, I wouldn't fumble. It wasn't for nothing that when I went to Parliament, for the first 4 years, I became the first member of Parliament in Ghana in the Fourth Republic to sponsor a private member's legislation. Many people have been in Parliament 20 years, 25 years. It's never happened. That is my legacy. Till eternity, you can't take it away from me. I prepared for it. I read. I labored. I toiled. I spent sleepless nights. And I believe if you set your goals right and work at it, you can have that done. So identify your targets to effectively build your professional network. Identify networks and communities that align with your interests. If you are a fan of football, maybe if you go and watch motor racing, you might be very bored. I get people are excited about rugby and American football. I'm like, really? I'm not interested. So find out where your areas of interest are, align properly, identify. Those are the communities. You want to be the best KPMG accountant in Ghana. You want to be the top-notch engineer in Ghana. These are all things that are possible. Identify that network. Who are the people in that particular sphere who have made it? If you can't get in touch with them directly, there are people who've made it in that area. Read their memoirs, look for their books, and read and see how they did it. And I believe it would work very effectively for you.
85% of jobs are filled through networking. We've said this time and again, according to LinkedIn. Networking. So, all of you young fools who are here, you are blessed. When we were growing up, and I don't know whether it was because of our address. If it was there in the 90s, I don't know. But to have sessions like this that are for free, no. We never had that. So we had to learn the hard way. And that is why I have enormous respect for Francis for what he's doing. And I think whatever you learn from here and elsewhere, you should also endeavor to share, this knowledge. That is how you, spread knowledge amongst your community. So attend networking events like this, actively participate in networking events, both online and offline, to meet professionals and forge new connections. A survey by Eventbrite revealed that 95% of professionals believe face-to-face meetings are essential for long-term business relationship. You want to do business with somebody, it's always online. There are trust issues, especially for, those of us who are in Africa. So it's important that face-to-face events, there are people who are watching this event online on their social media pages. But you have a lot of opportunities. Some of you might have already taken Prince Kofi Amaben's number. Some of you might have already taken Stephen's number. Those of you who are here face-to-face, you have a better advantage than those who are watching online. And then cultivate authentic connections. Let it be genuine. Let there be sincerity. You're looking for the network to grow. Not because, you've identified Ras. Ras is a politician, so he has stolen Ghana's money enough to be able to give me some. The perception is that all politicians are thieves. Right? So you see, the 95% of politicians or the 98% of politicians make the rest of us who are patriotic and love our country look very, very bad. But let your intentions of networking be genuine. Don't take Kofi Amaben's number because he was, CEO for UT Bank and so he will solve your financial issues. No. He has something that is worth more than money. Experience. What is here is worth more than money. And so if you apply yourself diligently to it, you realize that it may benefit you a lot. A study by Harvard Business Review found that trust is the foundation of successful professional relationships. 65% of business professionals agree that personal relationships are key to business success, according to a survey by American Express. Mentorship. Identify experienced professionals who can serve as mentors or advisors to provide a guidance and valuable insights. Okay, this is exceedingly important. It's been said time and again. Social media, you keep your online presence professional. A word to the wise is in the north. Keep your online presence professional so that when Stephen sees an opportunity and he's looking for some young person to say, who can best fit this job? It wouldn't be you who spends a lot of time, doing all manner of funny stuff online. It's very, very important. And then volunteerism. Today, a lot of us young people don't want to volunteer. We have lost our sense of volunteerism. I tell you what, I got my first job volunteering for the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. In 1997, when I applied, and before that, I had always wanted to be on radio. So I would ask for opportunities. They would tell me there is no vacancy. There's no vacancy. Every time there's no vacancy. Meanwhile, recruitments are going on. There's no vacancy, but recruitments are going on. I used to live in Tamale. I was born in Tamale, actually. So one day, I don't know whether it was inspiration or whatever, I went to the station and said to one of the managers, even though you are not recruiting now, you are not recruiting, there's no vacancy. I beg you, I want to come and work and give you whatever services that I can offer. I want to come and learn and work with you. Then he said to me, young man, I haven't seen anything like this since the 60s or 70s. This is a very old man. He's probably retired by now. You know what? We would be recruiting next week. So you come. Your name may not be on the list, but I'll fix you. It happened to me. The person who said this to me, he's still alive. For those of you who are from Tamale or know Tamale, his name is Ahmed Bako Alasan. He has one of the nicest voices on radio. He retired over 20 years ago, but he's still alive. He said, come, I like your spirit. Imagine if I had gone with a sense of entitlement. I mean, recruitment, why should I go and volunteer? Today we need no kofio, I have to pay transport and this and that. Why should I go and work for free? He would never have tipped me off that there's a recruitment next week, so I should come. Meanwhile, other people's children had been invited. And who are those who have been invited for interview? Rich people's children, politicians' children. This happened to me. This is 1997. When I first worked with the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. So volunteerism is so crucial, you have no idea. I mean, what would you lose? What would you lose if you go and volunteer? In any case, when you go and apply for a job, what do they tell you? They ask you of work experience, don't they? How do you get the work experience? Somebody who's just graduated from University of Ghana Business School or from Cape Coast or wherever. How do you come by work experience if you've never worked? And anyway, as a former CEO of the Youth Authority, I've never believed in this concept of ask people for work experience. And I was always advocating and asking companies to employ people irrespective of zero experience. Because I always told employers that, you know what, these young folks may not have experience, but they have energy. They have imagination. They are creative. They may bring something on board that people with experience cannot bring on board. They are computer savvy. So at least give them a leg in the room. Some of them listen, it's working for some. Others too are still insisting on no experience, no work experience, no job. So you find yourself in a place like Ghana, where probably you don't know any politician or any big man who can help you get that dream job. If you don't go and volunteer for at least 1 year, get that experience, then you can say, I work with KPMG. It's in your CV. You got that experience. What they are asking as basis, you have it through volunteerism. So please, it's not always about money. The experience you would get from volunteering is invaluable. You can't quantify it. And it's important that at the moment that you are sitting at home, looking for a job, volunteer and do something. And I believe by the time you get your next job, you would have had enough experience to include in your CV. So in conclusion, you greet each acquaintance with an openness to learn more about that person, a willingness to help, and an offer to stay in touch. How did I get to know that Prince Kofi Amorbin celebrated his birthday last week and was born on the 22nd of February 1952, and he's 72 years. You take an interest. You take an interest as a young person. You take an interest. There are a lot of people, they work in places that they can't even tell you about the companies they work for. They can't. All they know is their schedule. They don't know any other details. So for those of us who are younger, who want to grow, always take an interest and a willingness to help and an offer to stay in touch. So you keep the network green, you water it, it's like flower. That is how come, as a first-time member of parliament, I can get Chairman Sabosu to drive in the rain. As a matter of fact, and when I write my memoir, you'll see it. The last time he came to my house, it was raining. This was the majority leader of parliament, leader of government business. His post, he's a big man. And yet, for a first-time member of parliament, he can come to my house for lunch. I can get a deputy minority leader to come to my house for lunch. I can get a speaker of parliament to come to my house for lunch. I have watered the relationship. So I see them as my elders, as big people, but I have offered on many occasions to help, and I've done what? Offered to stay in touch. I mean, I call any of these people I mentioned, and if they are unavailable, in less than 2 hours, they will return my call. It's very, very important. Don't get in touch with Stephen because, only when you need a job. On Christmas, Merry Christmas, sir. How are you doing? How's the family? On his birthday, even if you don't have a bouquet of flowers to give him, even if you don't have a bouquet of flowers to give Francis, happy birthday, sir. You wish him well. It's enough. You do that 2-3 times, the person will take an interest in you, and will tell you that this young man, I also need to help them. So if they have a good book, they'll share with you. If they have a good network, they'll share with you. There used to be a Joy FM reporter who was reporting from Parliament. When I travel, one of the things I do the most is buy books. So in every room in my house, there are books. And my kids, as young as 7, could read big books and understand what is happening. I saw a book in the US. I bought one for myself and I bought one for him. In spite of the fact that he was a reporter, and ordinarily big people would look down on reporters. But there was something about him. There was something about him that I thought I needed to, support him, get up there. Today he's doing his PhD in the US, and so I want to thank you very much, Francis, for inviting me to speak with my fellow young men and women. I'm not an old man, so and to share my experiences and to tell them that it is possible. It is possible. And you can make it right here in Ghana. Right here in Ghana. I lived in Glasgow. I lived in Norway. And after I finished my program, like, what am I doing here? And when I said I was coming to Ghana, my friends thought I had lost my mind. I said, no. Ghana offers enormous opportunities that if we applied ourselves, we can make it. But how did I succeed? I succeeded because I prepared myself. So don't wait till you get an opportunity before you prepare. I used to want to be a pilot growing up. I'm a 70s, baby. So we got inspired by President Rawlings. Used to watch him. And you know one exciting thing? When he left office, I was there one day when a network called me. The person is called Honorable Kofi Ato. And he recommended that President Rawlings was looking for people to do speeches. And I write a lot. And so he's recommended me to him. And that is how my relationship with President Rawlings started. That a young boy from Tamale who watched his president on TV, who got inspired all of a sudden, is sharing the same space and writing things for him to read It only takes preparation. It takes the grace of God. So I tell you what, I'll leave you with two things. You've got to work hard as if it depends on you, because really and truly it depends on you. But you also have to pray as if it depends on God, because really and truly it depends on God. Without God, you can't make it. And I'm not talking about the kind of lazy prayers that Muslims and Christians engage in. No. I mean, there's 5 times prayers for Muslims. Christians go to church on Sundays or Saturdays, depending on their denomination. No, I'm not talking about that kind of prayer. You pray without ceasing. You wake up at 1 a.m. How many of us can do that? Look at how nice sleep is. And now, sleep is the most fun thing. Sometimes you even feel like using the washroom, but the sleep is so good you don't want to get out of the bed. But, come to think of it, if you want something badly from God, what do? You go to church on Sunday at 10 a.m. and close at 1? Anybody can do that. That is ordinary. So when Stephen and Captain Amwaben tells you about doing something extraordinary, even with your relationship with God, that is what you need to do. How many of us can wake up at 1, 2, latest 3? Because that's the time that the average person is asleep. That is the time that the average human being is asleep. So you want God's grace. You've got to do something different. You don't have to just pray 5 times in a day. That is too ordinary. You want to be successful, what do? You want to pass your exams, what do? You spend extra hours. In it, you spend extra hours, right? You burn the midnight candle. So you want God to bestow favor on you. Then you do your regular Sunday church, 9 to 12, and then you're done. No, please. Wake up in the middle of the night, when it's dark and quiet, and tell God, your humble servant, I come before thee, asking for A, B, C, and D. And in God's name, it will be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mubarak. The goal of networking is making friends and building lasting, beneficial relationships. In light of this, we are going to give ourselves 2 minutes. Just get up from your seat, go to somebody and ask the person, introduce yourself. My name is so and so, I do this. Who are you? You may never know. You don't want to get up. Oh, let's get up. You may never know what that relationship will do for you one day.
Let me come. Slap us.
There's a student lady standing close to me, dancing on the rhythm. Reverend, 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 enjoy your day whilst we interact. Yes, oh yes, let the clean and hallelujah. Enjoy your day. Oh yes, everybody in the hall, please shake hands and interact. Oh yes, oh yeah. Oh, let the day be right. Oh, let the day be
All right, thank you so much. Can we settle down? We will take 2 questions for Honorable Mubarak. 2 questions. So if you want to ask questions, please can we see your hands? 2 questions. Okay.
Okay. Thank you once again for the opportunity. Someone said, I always have a question. Well, because I came very prepared and I meant this program. Okay. To Honorable Ras Mubarak, thank you very much. And to MC, thank you for that 2 minutes break that we could network shortly. I just mentioned to Honorable that I think he was the best choice for the segment of the program. And a big clap to Sir Francis organizing this program and making this network communication one of it, because apart from that, I don't think this program would have been even any useful, because this is why we are actually even here for a mentorship and entrepreneurship network. My point to you, Honorable, I'll be happy if you make your submission to this particular point. As a marketer, as a business development person, I walk into business doors with hopes of opening and closing businesses. And one of the major challenges people like us face is within the conversation of gatekeepers. A lot of the times I go into institutions, and like you rightfully said, if you're not careful relating well with gatekeepers, they will stop your business right at the front. And you probably don't even get the opportunity to enter the door to even make your business submission, talk of things in a business. I believe, like you wrapped up to say, networking takes time. It takes us to nurture it, and it takes us to put in some efforts, as well as give as much as we can also to get what we want. So it's actually a process, if you ask me. How do a startup or a startup marketer, a young marketer who has just started business and have to do business development and enter into companies, you may not know anybody there at the time. So your best entry point is the gatekeeper. And this is a gatekeeper, for whatever reason, the growth gives him the opportunity to do business. Now, let me be practical. I'm going to call them Fun Milk. And I went there twice, and the 3rd time, this lady kept stopping me, and all she kept saying is, do you have an appointment? Do you have an appointment? And I said, I do not know this procurement manager, but I need to speak to the procurement manager. Can you at least tell the procurement manager someone wants to see them? And I don't mind if she's not ready to see me now, but gives me an appointment at a time of convenience to come another time. I thought that was what the system is supposed to be. She wouldn't listen. So, as usual, as experienced as I am, I have my ways. I sometimes go to the car park and I'll stay there for a while, and I'll be looking around to see the branded cars that come in, or just my intuition walk to somebody who comes to the car park and say, do you work here, please? I do that sometimes. And this is how I break my walls sometimes. So luckily, I did that. And fortunately, I spoke to someone who works at the production department. I think he's an accountant also. And I said, sir, is there any formal way to book appointments with supposed managers here? Because this is my 3rd time. And this security stroke front line person, she kept putting me off and kept telling me I need an appointment. I do not know this woman, but I want to meet her. So how do I go about it? He took my number and said, I'll get back to you. Unfortunately, and very disappointing, I called him a couple of times. He too turned me off. So these are some of the conversations I think we need to be talking around networking. And this is what pushes some people to sometimes push the net to the extent where it become a bit illicit or unconventional and not acceptable. Because you have to get the business done, you have to get the job done, you have to get in. And these gatekeepers, because you don't well say A, say B, say D, it will just play off somehow and you never get to do business. Does networking replace the system? Thank you.
Good question.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I stand on all protocols present today. My name is Muhibat, and thank you so much. Muhibat. Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Raz. I feel so elated and I'm so inspired from your presentation. Thank you once again. And I believe I've added so much knowledge to my plethora of knowledge. To reiterate, you made mention of water the friendship, make it green. So what happens when you try your best possible to water the friendship, but the energy is not mutual, it's not symbiotic, it's, the energy is not really equal? What do you do about that? And also to emphasize on who are you and who are you engaging with? Is it the plugs, the gatekeepers, and the pulse takers? Whom do you think in your own way, whom should we really connect with? Is it the plugs, the gatekeepers, or those who would give us the cake at hand? Thank you so much.
Good question. Muhibat and Na. And let me start with Na's question. We have a system or a structure in Ghana where you give the Ghanaians some small job. Charlie, you go to embassies and you see how security people are embarrassing and harassing applicants. I mean, sometimes it's something else. So it's a real challenge. In some institutions, the gatekeepers would make life a living hell for you. And I don't know whether to say, unfortunately for you women, the person may see you as a threat. Threat to what? I don't know. But this is real. And a broad smile, some confidence. It can be your asset. It can also be your undoing. So you need to be careful how you go about it. There are people who would feel very intimidated about a confident-looking someone coming to meet the CEO. For all they know, you may be coming to take their job. So, they may not want to smile nicely at you. How do you go about it? There is no magic wand. There is no silver bullet. There's no clear-cut way, because some people are just difficult. No matter what you do, no matter how nice and pleasant, you are smiling at the person and she's being rude or he's being rude. When you meet people like that, you just can't help it. But of course, it is not in your place to also be rude to them. Sometimes you can crack a joke to disarm them. I mean, the person is uptight. He's, probably the person might have had a bad day, whatever. They are not relaxing. You can, or you can even compliment them. Nice shoes. Ladies like to be complimented a lot. Nice shoes. That can loosen her a bit. Oh, okay. This person is interested in me. Or, even if the shoes is not, just say it's the nice shoes. So that might work. Now, in terms of getting appointments, Ghanaians, we don't have good work ethic. Anybody who wants to engage with a company ordinarily should be able to pick up a phone and call and get an appointment, or write a letter and get an appointment. Even at our level, there are times when we write and it takes eternity to get a response. And you're like, how do we become efficient and effective if we are behaving this way? Somebody sends you an email, it doesn't take forever to respond to the email, but you realize that it takes forever to respond to the email. So no clear-cut way of going about it, but my way of dealing with it would be to disarm the person. Smile, crack a joke if you can, compliment them, say a nice thing. If you go the first day, the next day you are coming, oh, I think your hair is nice. I saw a brooch and I brought you one. It's not to bribe them, or it's only to get your way through. So that may work perfectly. Muiba, what was your question again? I'm sorry. Muiba, what was your question again?
However, literally, I was saying that some people don't give back the energy you put in when you try to alter the network, the friendship, and also in your own way, who would you think would be the best option for us to connect with? Is it the blogs, or the post takers, or the the gatekeepers thing?
That's fine. I mean, if you can talk to God directly, why talk to an intermediary? If you can get access to the boss and let him be the contact, why use the plug or a gatekeeper? You understand what I mean? But in the absence of having direct link with, the boss, the gatekeepers, as the name implies, they are the gatekeepers. So you could have good relationship with a plug. If the gatekeeper doesn't want you to see the boss, you can't see the boss. End of story. So gatekeepers are good people to be in touch with, and to keep in contact with, especially for big businesses, but always aim high, be in touch with the boss if you can. I get invitations to functions outside of the country. Sometimes the prime minister or the president is there. It's the president I want to shake hands with. It's the president I actually want to have word with and see if I can keep a relationship. And I've met a few around the world. So that should be your focus. That's why I emphasize that know what you're looking for. Is it just anybody you want to have a network relationship with? That's the question you should ask yourself. What are you looking for? And once you've been able to identify that, I'm sure the rest will fall in place easily. But it also comes with a depth of understanding. So by the time you get in touch with a company, you should have a well view of the company, where they have come from, their ratings, what is wrong with them, what is right with them. And sometimes you meet a boss. Oh, you made good profit last year. Congratulations. This is testament to your good work, because you've done your homework. So the bottom line is research, research, research. Nothing can beat that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Before we introduce our next speaker, we would like to acknowledge some dignitaries in our midst. Reverend Josephine Ajay, please, if you are here, just give us a wave. Mr. Nat Nabla, please let's clap for them. Mr. Isaac Tete, Mr. Mensa, Mrs. Anita Boatima Dogbache. She's the wife of Mr. Francis Dogbache. And all other dignitaries present, we'll mention your names in due time. Thank you all for making time out of your busy schedules to be with us here today. Our next speaker is a woman whose name I really, really like, Odom Deji. She's a person of Excellency Dr. Rejoice Odom Deji Foley, CEO of G World Health Organization. Her Excellency is a diplomatic ambassador of WOLMI to the UN, a banker, an author, lecturer, project management consultant, corporate governance and risk advisor, and SDGs advocate. She's an international award-winning role model who is passionate about helping women, girls, children, and youth achieve their potentials the right way with a growth mindset. She's a diplomatic ambassador of WOLMI to the UN, as I said, board member of AFCFAT, Women's International Management Advisory Board, President Toastmasters International Club Division G, board member, Institute of Directors Governing Council Ghana, a fellow in Women in Finance and Investment Network, member PMI Global, member Ghana Psychological Council. Ladies and gentlemen, Her Excellency Dr. Rejoice Foley.
Jesus, a round of applause. Was she walks on the stage? A second round of applause. Put your hands together for your movement.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm humbled and I appreciate this opportunity. I want to say a big thank you for creating this platform. All organizers, we appreciate you because this is what God has called us to do. We need to impact, sow the seeds, and let them bear fruits. Thank you. As an icebreaker, I'm happy I'm just speaking after my mentor. He did actually networking. Honorable, I think we met just about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and you are here, I'm here. That's the benefit of networking. So it's evidence here. Leadership by example. Honorable, God bless you, and I appreciate this opportunity. As an icebreaker, please allow me, I'm going to talk on building capacity. So it's about tacit knowledge and explicit knowledge. So tacit knowledge, you've acquired something. So the roles. Every speaker, I think 3 or 4 speakers have spoken already. So 2, 3 people from each role, you tell me what you've taken as tacit, and you tell me what you've taken as explicit. So first 3 rules, that's the way I'm going to do it. First 5 rules, 2 people. That's my icebreaker. You know what? I believe in investment. Though it may be free for some people, but you are investing your time, and time is money. So you don't take this for granted. You need to take away something. And God always wants fruits. When he gives you a seed, he expects that seed to bear fruit. So first 5 lines. Please, the protocol says it's not part of it, so we are starting from behind. 1, 2, 3, the gentleman in the cap, your line. Icebreaker. I just want to know what you have picked over the past 4 hours. Is it 4 or 3 hours? 4 hours. We've been sitting here. We can't go with empty. I have only 3 minutes to do this.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Joshua Senu. Yeah, so from the first speaker, I noticed that I should have a mentor. Yeah, in whatever I want to do, I should not believe in myself, thinking that I know everything and I can do it my own way to make it successful. Yeah, and from the third one, creating my network, I really take it deeply because it is something I was not working on at all. And I think I should take it from there, put in application all that I learned today. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, because he's the one who volunteered. That is how work starts. Before someone will get interested in you, they need to know what you are bringing on board. Next role, what do you have in you? Why you think I should appreciate your capacity and employ you? Wow, is this it? Okay. He's ready.
Thank you very much, His Excellent. My name is Christopher Konyan Agbekobi. What I learned here is that I have to be humble all the time because in this life, it is humbleness that can take me to far places. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, just one from here and one from here.
Good day, everyone. My name is Hilary Philip, and from the last presentation, I learned that I should cultivate authentic network. I learned that I should cultivate authentic networks, and I should try to be around people I want to really work with. Yes, that's what I learned.
Please, thank you, my dear. The final.
I'm David Awuzweda. What caught my attention is that learning and leadership are indispensable to each other. And if someone has been able to do it, I can also do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Actually, I feel a bit sad. Why? We are advocating for women empowerment, and I had only one lady in this room to boldly confirm that they have acquired something out of the 4 hours that we've spent here. It's a good ground for us to know that it starts from us. Capacity building starts from us. You need recommendation, you need promotion, but it starts from us. My slides can be flowing. I'll talk along. So please, my tech engineer, kindly move on. What I just did as the icebreaker, that is it. Trying to acquire knowledge for the right purpose at the appropriate time. You came here for a reason. What have you accumulated? What do you have in you? It is the capability of yielding something that will add value, that will make profits, that will make impact, that is sustainable. So 4 hours. If you are going to work in a factory and you are being paid hundreds this 1 hour, it means you gain 400 Ghana cedi. How are you translating your presence here into 400 Ghana cedi? Capacity building, capability, enhancing that capability to add value is critical for us as individuals at various ages and various stages, because at each age, there is something that is required from you as an individual. Let's move on. This is just what I did. I tried to put this into a practical case study. A mentor of mine told me, someone can say 10 things, but you need to try and pick one out of it. And that is what I just did. Mr. Moabin gave us 10 points when you want to start a business. He gave us 10 points. He started from you starting the business with a purpose, and finally making sure that you have the right people that you are working on. And I was expecting someone who may be here because the person wants to be an entrepreneur to be able to give me at least one of those points. Honorable also gave us various points for networking, following all the generations. So that is it. Now, what takes us to the next level? After all that we've heard from the four speakers, how do we appreciate and how do we cultivate or execute what we have to achieve the objective or the vision? We are talking about emotional competences, emotional intelligence. That's the IQ, the EQ, and the SQ, which is the spiritual intelligence. Then mindfulness, and then perspectives. So we move on. Now, the authority in emotional intelligence, which is Daniel Coleman. What is he saying? Daniel is saying that because I like engagements, this is capacity building, so I need to interact with the team. A volunteer should read what is there. Yes, please go ahead.
We are currently being judged by a new yardstick
not just how smart we are or by our training and expertise, but also how well we handle ourselves and one another.
Exactly. That's the relationship, the networking. The networking that Honorable spoke about. You will network all right, but you need to manage that relationship well so that it's sustainable, that it can give you results and also give you extended impact, not just affecting you, not you only benefiting, but someone else smiling because what you are doing is impacting that person. Now, when it comes to emotional competences, it affects yourself, your social life, how you manage yourself, and how you manage the relationships. That's what I've just said. Now, what she's doing, it went through a process. Because I'm a project manager, there was an initiation whereby the team gathered. They planned they need to do this program. They set up committees. Some were in media, some were doing the stakeholder engagement, some were writing invitation letters, etc., etc. And finally, we are here to benefit. This is not the end. You need to go back. The people that you've invited, you need to see how you can improve their relationship so that the next meeting you could do it better, right? Great. Now, we are saying that about 95% of people think they have good self-awareness. They know themselves. They know their strengths. They know their weaknesses. They know how to emotionally manage those weaknesses at each point in time, socially, environmentally, when they have external factors affecting them, like political issues, regulatory issues, religious issues. They feel they know. But the question is, do they really know? Do they really know? 10 to 15% of people actually possess the skills and are able to manage it. Let's move on. Now, the IQ I spoke about. The EQ, your empathy, motivation, self-reflection. That's something that is in there, how you try to manage yourself around the environment. But the IQ is the knowledge, the technical skills that you have. The technical skills that you have. That is why when you are in class 1 or from class 1 to JHS 3, everybody is interested in your results, the certificates. At that level, even if you want to go and do a job, they say, where's your SS certificate or wherever? After that level, they start looking at your relationship. When you were young, only few people will tell you that she's not nice, she quarrels too much, there. But when you get to the university, you realize that people start classifying you, how nice you are. And if they are looking for NUCS president, SRC president, they start looking, is he a people person? So from that level, so you need to know what is required at each stage of your life, because there are certain things you may be doing that is not necessary. And that is what Maslow's hierarchy of needs spoke about when it comes to matured leadership. They start looking at those things. Then, the whole brain theory, which puts into place the IQ, the SQ, and the EQ. And we are saying that the IQ and the EQ are about the thoughts and your emotion, but the SQ is about the meaning and purpose. That is when you have to start being sensitive to God. You need to blend the three. The Bible says that seek first the kingdom of God and its righteousness. It didn't say just seek it and all other things shall be added unto you. There is a responsibility. And it speaks to who you become. Whether you are Christian, whatever, your spiritual life has a big, great role to play in who you become, because the word of God says that before you were born, he knew you. He has a purpose for you. So if you are not sensitive to him, you'll go and learn medicine, but you never have your peace on the job. You read law,
but you can't really rule any case because you are not sensitive to the one who sent you. And that person has representatives on earth, which is your father and mother. Obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. Honor your father and mother, so that it shall be well with you. If you are sensitive to God, God has a way of giving wisdom to your parents to tell you and take you to places that will lead you to the purpose and the mission of you being created. It's very important. Then, the behaviors. After all this, you knowing yourself, how are you managing yourself as an individual? You know your skills, you know, oh, I'm good in math, so I want to be this. I'm good in tech, I want to be this. I'm good in engineering, I want to be this. Or I'm good at talking, so I want to be with the media, I can analyze well. What kind of mindset are you using to manage the relationships, manage what your parents have invested in you, or even if you yourself have invested it, it shouldn't go waste, because the one who has sent you will not like to see it wasted. Let's go. So what mindset do you have? It's either a fixed mindset or a growth mindset. Now, the alpha generation that we are growing, that we are ensuring that you realize your capacity and you realize your capabilities the right way, so that we can leave a legacy for you to also extend for others to be impacted. We are looking at those mindsets. We are saying that you should have, if you have a fixed mindset, then it means you are avoiding challenges. You don't want to take responsibility. You are always playing the blame game. You feel you are better than somebody. Excuse me to say, I'm humbled, but the truth is, I am referring to the Bible because that is what I know. So apologies to whoever may not get it, but that is what I know. So I'm referring to it. The Almighty God that created us hates pride. So if you feel you know more than somebody, because of that, you will not serve. You will not listen to the person when it's advising you. You have a fixed mind. And that doesn't give you the environment to grow, because everybody will be scared. Oh, for this person, they don't want to grow. They don't want to, should I say, they don't want to mingle. They don't want to bond. It feels so big. She's not my class. He's not my class. That is fixed mindset. Because the best way for every team, every society environment to grow is great collaboration. Then we come to the goals that you want to meet. Everything that you do, wherever you are, if it's in the house, you have this hierarchy, this structure. So that is you down there. You want to get to that goal, but you have your boss. You yourself, you have doubt. You yourself, you have guilt of things that you have previously done. These are examples of our bosses or people who had the opportunity to lead. The time you were leading, because that was your seat, you were all over the place, telling people that you are in charge. Lo and behold, you have left that place and you went to a new organization, and the CEO was the subordinate that you made them sack because you didn't give the person good performance. You waited, you didn't communicate, you waited till the end of the year and you said you didn't do well with no justification. And that person is now the CEO in the new organization you went to meet because of guilt. It's not a showstopper. That is the point or the stage that you have to learn and unlearn. Become humble. You know, it is very nice when you are an adult and you start thinking like a child. It's really interesting. Mama Kate, can you relate to that? It is. And you realize that suddenly you can feel some nice breeze around you because you start thinking like a child. It's like you don't take anything serious, but you know what you want. And that is one of the strategies that women like doing. When Mrs. Let me look at the name again. When Mrs. Dobache needs something from Francois, she knows how to do it. And Francois will say, look at your face like a small girl. Because internally she has decided to repent. So it's shown outside. And if we need progress, every day we need to detoxify ourselves. Take off that guilt. Take off that shame. A musician said, Wusugo. Right? Yes. Wusu. Oh, how me? And then you move on. Then we are saying that in our organizations, because all those things that I just showed you, all those battles are there, we realize that how do you manage it? Because it's still around you. How do you manage it? You need to gain influence without losing your integrity. Some people want shortcuts. You don't need to go the short way of doing the wrong thing. Wherever you are, every network that you find yourself in or we find ourselves in, there are rules, there are norms, there are principles, there are regulations. Trying to get it right. Avoid power game. I just gave that example. You need to build better relationships. Contend with you need to contend with bad suckers and then bullies. So let me give you this example. There are organizations that have harassment policies and others don't. However, if you don't have the opportunity to report whoever is maltreating you or bullying you, there's a way to do it. First of all, you need to tell yourself that you don't deserve that bullying. So you ask yourself first, what can I do differently to avoid this? It starts from you. Sometimes, if you are able to think critically and see what you are doing and why that person is doing that, you can solve the problem without going anywhere. That is why sometimes if there's conflict and you go to the elders, they tell you that the elders will tell you that you should go and try to settle the issue amongst yourselves first. If it's not working, you come back. You need to manage tension and also get your share of the choice because you have invested something. Now, how do you get your share? It's about reporting. Everything you are doing, you should own accountability. It means that you have acquired knowledge, they have given you something to do, you need to report on that thing. You own it. You have the capacity, you have the capabilities. But most of us, especially we the youths who have started jobs, we don't like putting down reports. We don't like reporting on our performance. So when there is an issue, you go and say something. But anytime you are reporting, let me give you this tip. It has to be smart. Wherever you are, you need to make sure that your report is smart. So if they ask you, what did you do today? Oh, this morning, I had 3 or 10 clients to visit, but I was able to visit 7. The reason is because from Kandenshi to Nongwa, there was that traffic. How it's not a showstopper. Out of these 7 customers, I am positive that I'll get about 20,000 Ghana cedi and bring it to the office tomorrow morning by 8 a.m. Your boss will not ask you any question again. We need to learn that. And when you are speaking, you need to make sure that your first 3 points are direct and spot on. Very smart. You don't go beyond that. If you start going beyond that, you start writing a notebook. Or you start writing literature. Because you start adding things and you'll be asking more questions. So this is a tip for your interviews as well. When you go, they ask you the question, the first best You say it, you keep quiet, and then you continue. Okay. Then accept that not all conflict is bad, but you need to choose your fights. Please, some of us, familiarity makes us lose opportunities. It doesn't matter. Maybe because, like Mr. Moabin said, maybe because you had the opportunity to get a bit closer to the boss, not the right way anyway. So you want to, it's your classmate. No. That is why God made age. Somebody is one day, 1 minute, 1 year, till some are even 100 years by the grace of God. So you are not equal. Even if your grade is higher than that person's own, you need to respect. And you don't fight with anybody at all. If you can't handle it, escalate, refer, get somebody at that level. So please, even us, those of us who sit on boards, please, we are also insulted in the boardroom. We are maltreated. Our reports are being rejected. We are treated just like you. Is that not the case? Director, is that not the case? We are treated just like you. Even we feel bad because sometimes out of the feelings that we have, some people will feel like, I'm also a daddy at home. I'm also a boss here, but forget it. We feel it. Therefore, you need to manage your emotions very well so that you can keep that relationship. Please, it's not finished. And you need to be responsible and accountable. This is what I have for you. No leader likes people who shift blame. Even if you get it wrong and you tell your leader that I own that responsibility, you'll be the next CEO when that leader is gone. That is the truth. I've gone through the process and I know what I'm talking about. And one thing you should appreciate is our leaders are growing. The energy is dwindling. They need people to hand over for sustainability. So they want people who are serviceable. You have your energy. They want to see that energy on your performance, what you are bringing to the table. They want to see that. So if all the time maybe you are shifting blame, doing this. At my office the other time, someone said, there's a gentleman that was promoted. And he said, this guy, he just walks around. He doesn't do anything all the time talking. And he has been promoted. Do you know why he was promoted? Can someone tell me? Mrs. They don't see him sitting down. He's just going around, talking to people and all that. Do you know why he was promoted? Because of, yes. You know, Mr. Mabu said it. You need to know the needs of your client. You need to understand the team, whatever they are doing, everybody's strengths and weaknesses. And they don't want a tactic. You know, when you are tactical, always operational, productivity-centered, you are not a people person. So one other tip I can give you is if you know you are the first class, you are always stiff on your productivity and all that, you will be in the organization for 100 years, but you will not get the director's position. You need to blend that with people, relationship, management of issues, how to resolve conflicts. That person that is going around, maybe because she or he went to talk to Mr. Essien, he realized that Mr. Essien has an issue. And Mr. Essien is busy about the work. So he spoke to Mr. Essien. Mr. Essien, this is the situation, what. And when that person goes to the interview, she will say that out of the team of 7 people in my office, I know this person's house, I know their wife's name, I know the challenges they have, whatever. Then they ask, what about your job? Yes, I have been able to do my job, though it's average, that is my capability. Therefore, I need this extra support so that I can do it better next time. Then you also go. Then you said, oh, I was able to provide 98 out of the productivity scores. Relationship, nothing. Nobody, you don't know anybody, you can't manage anybody. So please, let's watch that. We agree some of us are not extroverts, some of us are introverts and all that, but you need to learn it if you want to grow. That is why the word change is there. Okay, let's move on, please. I spoke about familiarity already. Now, what do you have that is within your control, what you can control and what you can't control? You can't control the past. So don't let the guilt of the past take over the current opportunity that you have because you can't control it. The future, you can't control it, but you can work towards it. You can work towards it. That is why you need to have a plan A, plan B, plan C. So that if plan A doesn't work, you go to plan B. If B doesn't work, you go to C. I said I wanted, from infancy, I always wanted to be an advisor. Whatever it is, all I wanted was to be an advisor. So, whilst I was growing, I learned that advisors are all lawyers. So, should I say fortunately or unfortunately, I started work very early. And my first job was a non-clerical assignment. Without certificates, it was just because of what I was doing, I was taking on. I didn't have a certificate. Then, my first salary, second salary, third salary, I put it together. My boss then advised me I can start a certification exams. So I started LLB. My first court case, it was a murder trial. And they call it menstrual. I need to justify menstrual and accusorial. So, as a Christian, I realized that that field is not my field. Because the person that was being accused, I could feel in my heart that he was innocent. I could really feel in my heart he was innocent. I said, no way. I had my LLB, I put it down. Then, the actions of others. That's one of the examples I've given you. The evidence is not there. The person who is rather guilty has enough evidence to provide. But the innocent one didn't get evidence. So I say I won't go to Makola. The opinions of others, what others think about you, doesn't matter. It matters when you are learning from what they are saying so that you correct yourself, but not for it to impact you negatively. Sure. What happens around you? If it will not add value to you, it is not your business. And you need to know, you need to look at the time that you are absorbing what is happening around you. Are we going to give a CEO's role to somebody who has just finished GSS? Because the person has not built the capacity and doesn't have the capability to occupy that. So when something is happening around you, ask yourself, how will this benefit me? What value will it add? Because whether you like it or not, God has called us to make impact and add value. So everything you are doing, you should be asking yourself, how do I build my capacity and get that capability to make that impact? So it doesn't concern you. What other people think about you? The outcome of other efforts. How others, if it's not part of your productivity, if it's not part of your objective, don't look at it. Excuse me to say, like Mr. Ahin, he is a medical doctor. Dr. Ahin, sorry. He's a medical doctor. Do you think if he's on the motorway and the people who are filling the potholes, their supervisor is giving an instruction, he will stop his car and also start giving that instruction? It's out of scope. It's not within his range. But these are the things that you can manage. Your thoughts, your boundaries. what gives you energy, how you can speak to yourself and that can translate to others, and how you can handle challenges. It's all about you. Let's go on. I spoke about this already, the controls. I spoke about this already, so we can move on. Now, after you've been able to do this, those that are within your control, this is the way you can manage them. You need to choose to be visible. Relationships. Choose to be easy on yourself. You need to love yourself. One good way of loving yourself is if you know your potentials, if you know what you are capable of. You can love yourself. You not bother yourself about other things that will affect your energy and drain you. You need to choose to be useful. Establish clear goals and manage your time. Don't stop because you are tired, but you stop because you are done. If you have an objective, no lackadaisical attitude. You stop because you are done, not because you are tired. And at the point that you are tired, that is why we have mentors. You need to ask for help. You need to ask for help. The first case study I did when I was doing my PhD for community development was with an Indian company. And after the assessment, I realized that every product they produced, they copied it. It wasn't their own initiative. They copied it from other companies. They went and did field assessments, asked people questions, and they started doing it just with a little there so that they will not sue them for copyright issues. But they picked it from their field. There is nothing wrong with copying. There's nothing wrong with copying, but not exams. And also, you need to copy healthily. For the entrepreneurs, we always say that in Ghana, in front of this Airport View Hotel, maybe no one is selling anything, then someone decides to come and sell water. Before you realize, another water seller is there, another. Now, what I tell my entrepreneurs is, if the person is selling water, don't sell water, because maybe that person doesn't have, when you are going to buy the water, ask yourself, what is the gap? I came here to buy water. What is the gap? Maybe the person just put the water in your hand. There were no polythene bags. So that is an opportunity for you to say, instead of me selling water, I will do the polythene. The last time I helped some people to collaborate and do, one knows how to do ice cream powder. The other knows how to brand. Another was working in a box manufacturing company. They were discussing, I said, do you know what? You know how to do the powder. She knows how to brand. Bring your money together, start the business. You will get the profit on your branding. She will also get her profit on the powder. Before we realized, the one who was doing the box branding has started manufacturing straws and sticks for the ice cream. So it doesn't start with hate or envy. It starts by identifying the gap and making sure that you fill that gap. Problem solving. Choose to be ready. Life is unpredictable. Don't get too comfortable with where you are. This is when you can't be ready if you don't practice. You can't be ready if you don't volunteer. You need to, okay, I realize I'm an ambassador now. How did that happen? Because I'm a banker. I volunteered to do some UN projects. And out of that, they realized that I could do the job. There were people who were on that task for 10 years. I was just at the UN last year, right? She's the director of communication and information. She just retired a few days ago. Please, let's give her a hand. People were on that job. But when I got there, this is what I identified. The ambassadors that were there were, excuse me, quite aged. They were not IT savvy. And because they were not IT savvy, they didn't know how to manage translations. They had translators, but that very day, the translators were busy with the Secretary General. So I was in that meeting room. And they wanted someone who would translate a statement into French. I was hearing everything. I'm not that fluent in French. I just picked my phone. Everything that they were saying, I typed it in English, and I went to translator. I translated and shared it with everybody. Oh, she's good. She's good. She's good. She can do this job. And the needed indent, I was quite busy. I looked around and I said, I have people, I have girls. My organization, Femtech Ghana, we train girls in ICT and things. That's my outer job, apart from my bank work. So I realized that there are people that I wanted to practice what we're doing. I was in US. I was just sending the work to them, text message. Do this, do that, do this, do that. Within 3 hours, all the flyers were ready. Oh, she's good, she's good, she's good. She can do this work. It's about the gap and how you proactively manage it. Okay. So that's the change catalyst I indicated. Please, can we go? When it comes to perspectives, everybody has their needs. We all have our needs. That's why all fingers are not equal. So the way you manage yourself, the way you groom yourself, the way you build yourself will be different from the way my sister would do it. And our capacities and capabilities are key. If I cannot speak Ga, I don't have to go and look for a job in an organization that wants someone who could translate in Ga, though they will be paying very well. Now, because of, should I say, because we are some of the time not content with what we have, or we easily get reluctant or unsatisfied, our needs also change. This is a situation whereby somebody is on an island but needs a boat to go somewhere. And someone also is in a boat, wants to get to the island. So everybody has their expectations. When it comes to their job environment, please, if you have bosses that have been changed, or if you yourself, you have changed your job, one of the ways to build your intrinsic skill is to observe and know what that boss wants. You can even take it upon yourself when you are having a one-on-one. Try to know what kind of person is this? What kind of temperament does he have? You go back, you read about that temperament and learn how to manage that temperament. It's just going the extra mile. And you realize that you'll be that boss's best friend. The others will be saying, well, our old boss was not doing this, but our new boss is this. You still have to adjust and manage the situation. Let's go on. Okay, so that's what I just said. Yes. How people, finally, if you are able to go through all this, what will you do to put a smile on your face? You need to start appreciating yourself. Because from the beginning, you know that God said that he knew you before you were born. You need to know what God said about you. And you need to believe what he says. Because if you don't believe, you can't work towards it. So you need to believe what he says. Then, when it comes to the relationship, what kind of people do you choose to work with? What kind of people do you talk to? We spoke about mentors. How do you manage this? When I was a mentee, this did. But I did it painfully because I made certain mistakes. And I've learned from it. We are seeing that people who don't know my name, but know my work and appreciate me, they are the kind of people that I relate with. So my work speaks. At that level, I put a lot of energy in my work. The person appreciates you because of the work that you do. People will not judge me by my weaknesses, but see them as assets and help me grow. They are kind of people you need to talk to. People who are behind me, who want to aspire to where I am. The young ones. Do you know you can have a younger person as your mentor as well? Yes, I have a mentor. He's seated there. CJ, give them a wave. He's the next CEO in tech to come. Very soon you'll hear of him. Because there's something that I'm getting from him. People who are where I aspire to be, and people who respect me and tell me what I need to hear, not what I want to hear. There's a difference. What I need to hear. And then people who challenge me to be better. Let's go on. We are almost there. Finally, if you assimilate all this, I come back to my end goal. After assimilating all this, can someone tell me the next step? I've told you everything. What will you do next? What are you taking from here? Please, the middle line. Now I want my ladies to talk. Hello? No answers. Okay, so what I'm saying is, if after listening to all that I have said, and you haven't planned to put things in place to achieve this vision, Henry Ford and Thomas Edison said, a vision without execution is hallucination. So please, you need to act on that vision. And because I have a vision, go to the next slide. You need to work it out. I have a vision. Go back. I have a vision. That's me seated there. There was a time, because I know I'll be working in the UN and become a peace ambassador years ago, I decided to go and train so that I can understand what it takes to be there. Let's move on. Finally, all that you build, you need to network. If you have a job, keep networking. If you need a job, keep networking. Networking will increase your income, and the people that you meet will improve your life. Just as Mr. Essien has given me the platform, and this has improved my life because I'm talking to hundreds of people. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Doctor. Can we clap for her, please? So, Brian Herbert once said, the capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. At the end of today, we'll hear a lot of things. We'll get a lot of things. But to apply what we have heard today depends on you and I. And it's my prayer that we would not leave here just clapping and excited, but we'll leave here with one or two takes from the speakers. Our next speaker, I told you I come talk about relationship, right? How to manage relationship. Yay, you're excited. Mama Kathy is in the house. Mama Kathy is in the house, and she'll take us through how to balance our ambitious work life and then our love life. Mama Kathy is the founding president of Family Renaissance International, formerly Women in the Gap International, which has been in existence for almost 21 years. Family Renaissance International's vision is to restore the God-intended dignity to the family for enhanced church and national development. Mama McCarthy is a theory preacher of the gospel of Christ. She is also a family life consultant a best-selling author, an executive life coach, a certified psychologist for personal development, and a certified publisher. She's the author of 3 books: The Secrets to Surviving Your Early Years of Marriage, The Family in National Development, and Emotions and Love Life, all online. In addition, Mama Kathy also runs a few outreach programs: the Student Healthy Sexuality Program for youth in the basic and high schools, Before You Say I Do for the about to marry, Thriving Together cohort for the married couples. Mama Kathy is a leading expert on relationships, marriage, family, parenting, and personal development issues. She is a highly sought after television and radio resource person for family and marriage matters. She is the host of Families Together TV and Time with Mama Kathy on YouTube TV. Mama Kathy was born and raised in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. She has been living in Ghana for the past 22 years. She is happily married to her husband, Professor Emmanuel, for over 30 years, and together they are blessed with 4 wonderful adult children. You can follow Mama Kathy on the following. Why are you laughing? Oh, I didn't mention it. I don't want to cause any problem. Mama Kathy is how we call her. Everybody call her Mama Kathy. Case closed. Please help me welcome Mama Kathy. Yes, let's welcome her. Stay.
Did they just compose song here? Please take your seat. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate you. Really? Really? I think we should be dancing. Oh, thank you so much. Such a wonderful, wonderful reception. I truly appreciate all of you. And all protocols duly observed. I'm saying some very powerful personalities here. I feel humbled and I feel privileged. I've sat down at least a couple of minutes since I came, and by reference to what had been done, I think I have gotten a grip of what happened in my absence, and I'm enjoying what happened. For those of you who didn't pay any peso, and it's free, please put your hands together to the organizers of this program. Make it louder so that next time they won't bore you. Okay, thank you very much once again. I truly appreciate being here. I've learned a lot. I wish I came with my older children, because the knowledge that has been shared here is truly, truly, truly very valuable. Okay, so I'm coming to you people love life. The younger people love relationship. All this talk they are talking. Some of them are even eyeing some people here. Yeah, and they will call it networking. Continue to network. You are eyeing people. You collect the telephone number because you think, I'll be calling you with regards to your business. Meanwhile, you're eyeing like Moses Bliss has eyed some Ghana girl and they are wedding. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, so let's get straight into what we have for the day. Interestingly, I have never been here. And yesterday I made my PA put a call across and I asked, do they project? But it wasn't too certain. So that's why I didn't come with any projection. But I believe that you have your pen and paper and you can take down points. And I will please plead with the technical crew, if you can just highlight the points that I make and put them on the screen, it will be very appreciated, truly appreciated. I've been asked to speak on a double-barrel topic: how to balance a relationship as an ambitious person, and how to build a relationship as an ambitious person, and how to balance love life with ambitions. Powerful. Love. How many of us who sit here believe that we have a heart? We have a heart. Let me see your hands. You have a body organ called the heart. Okay. How many of you have ever had a relationship? You've ever had a broken relationship before? Be sincere. If you have ever had a broken relationship, you are liars. So, how many people's heart has ever been broken? And so when you lifted your hands the first time, I was surprised because some of you seated here, all of what has been said, you are sitting with kidney and lungs. The heart are gone. But today, the reason I'm standing here is that somehow by hook or by crook, we must bring their hearts back. Because we need that heart to be able to push through all of what God has blessed us with in form of information today. Ambitious person. We're looking at an ambitious person. An ambitious person is a person with a drive. A person who is determined to succeed. A person whose goal is superior literally to every other thing. A person who knows that I may be at point A, but my ultimate aim is to get to point Z. A person that would defy all odds, like I came in and I heard, how do you go in? The gatekeepers are blocking the way. And you devise every opportunity, devise method of breaking through the ceiling walls or whatever they are that are obstructions to go get what you want. I believe that every young person who is seated here, even the middle-aged people who are seated here, knowing where we are in the world, I believe that every one of you is determined to say, my parents may not have gotten to that level, but I'll break the ceiling. I am persuaded about that. You know, you don't really need somebody to become all you want to become. You need God. Because where a man cannot give you access, there is a God that can suspend protocol to give you access. Am I communicating here? We all did not get to where we are. Some of us are beneficiaries of grace, and that grace is still activated. And so I'm starting this relationship aspect of this program on the basis that it doesn't matter how you look today. You may wear Chaliwate, but you may be the next president of Ghana tomorrow. Am I communicating at all? Yes, it's relationship. And I want you to know that the person that looks so excellent, so polished, so well blessed, so surrounded by help and support, may even be working for you tomorrow. But we need to balance relationship. How do you build relationship as an ambitious person? And let me probably put this caveat. Because most times ladies, you know, the doctor said something. He said he wanted more women to speak up, but they didn't speak up. Most times some women, not in this hall, feel that they must parasite on men to become everything God had said. Let me tell you something. It's an error that will make you think a man other than your husband is superior to you. Let me repeat what I said. So whatever capabilities a male gender possesses, you possess the same. But in the context of marriage is only when the hierarchy and the structure brings you in submission to the man you marry. But then as a young girl, don't think that you need a man to bail you out. I think several men need you to bail them out without putting your bed on the back or your back on the bed. So let me get that out of the way. Every potential a man has, every young woman has that. Okay, so we have young people in this house. I have been married this year 32 years. And blessed with 4 adult children. The first one 31 this year, the last one 24. Excuse me? Okay. But you see, so I'm going to speak to mostly the younger generation as though I was speaking to mine. Relationship. Most of your parents will wish they could have heard what I'm coming to say to you. Don't repeat the cycle. It's good to be ambitious. It's good to have a drive. It's good to be successful. It's good to know what you want and go for it. But it's best to ascertain where you came from, because building relationship without a hindsight of where you were produced from can make you a success story, but truly a pain to yourself at the time of retirement. Take note of what I'm going to say. I'll give you 7 points you look for in building relationship. I believe in success, but I believe most that a certain age comes, you shouldn't be having nightmares. You shouldn't be wishing, I wish I led my life differently. I wish I didn't make certain decisions and choices. So when you're talking of building a relationship as an ambitious person, The first place to start from is identity. For if you do not know who you are, every other person will define you. And when others define you, you pick somebody that you should not have picked on the journey of your life. Because you think that they had done you a favor. But nobody does any other person a favor. You only do favor to a person who hasn't understood his or herself. So identity. The question I'm asking is, who are you? If I were to ask that question now, I will ask you, who are you? Answer. Try and answer that question. A man will say, I'm an engineer. I'm a politician. I'm a doctor. A woman will say, I'm an architect. No, women will rarely say that. Women will say, I'm somebody's wife, somebody's mother. We are always relationship oriented. Men are achievers, so they define themselves and describe themselves by their successes. Okay. So it's identity, your own essence, what makes you you. Because most of us, mostly from the African descent, when we're talking about relationship, it's because we want to jump from an uncomfortable place to a place we think will have comfort. Because most of us came from backgrounds where our parents did not affirm us. They did not validate us. They did not celebrate us. It was only when you made mistakes that they magnified the mistakes. The successes you made, they didn't talk about it, or they passingly mentioned. Because it's just a natural thing. So an ambitious person must be a person going forward who will learn how do I put it now? Who will learn how to change the cycle that produced him or her, so that your children don't repeat the pain you went through from your parents. So your own essence. Mama Kathy is not described by her husband. You heard that he's a professor of economics, one of the most intelligent men on earth. I'm not saying this because he's married to me. No. Even if he were not married to me, it doesn't take their words and all of what he's done. No, he doesn't take it away from him. He's very intelligent. But I'm not lost in his shadow because I equally carry my essence. And it's comfortable. So, who interrupted me? I love you. Okay, so your essence, your identity, what makes you you? Have you come to that? You are ambitious. And the next question I'll ask is, why are you ambitious? Because some of us are ambitious just to prove a point. You don't have anybody to prove a point to. Your ambition should be that you are settled in who you are, in who you will become, and in who God has made you to be, and that you are not proving any point. For those who are Christians, there is a book in the Bible named after a woman. That book is called the Book of Esther. Esther had opportunity to prove a point, but he chose not to prove a point. And so when they went through 12 months of purification, and the time was, up for them to meet the king, so he makes his choice. Probably not less than 300 women. And they asked him, hey, what would you like to put on? Because whatever you choose will be given to you. He said, no, whatever you tell me is what I'll go with. That is a woman who's discovered herself. In this era of wanting to put cement upon cement in the face, and wearing clothes things that were supposed to be hidden are now for public consumption. It's like life is a competition of who will outdo who. And men are using effort and achievement to suppress, oppress, and depress women. You must not be a part of that system. Am I communicating? I am speaking to a generation that when you understand relationship, you are getting into it not because you want to prove a point, but because you have something to add to the national cake that everybody is supposed to share from. And so how to be, number one, how to build a relationship as an ambitious person. Remember I said ambitious person is a person who shows strong desire and determination to succeed. So the number one secret to building a good relationship as an ambitious person, consider the long run and what will allow for your peace in your later days. I couldn't have started anywhere else. Never enter into relationship based on where you are. Write it in capital letters. Never choose anybody, but build any relationship based on who you are. Before you think of relationship, consider 30 years ahead. Is this the kind of person that can journey with me into my future? And if you are ambitious, you can't just go and pick anybody, because if an ambitious person picks a non-ambitious person, you will never succeed. The person will drain you. I hope I'm communicating. Please pay particular attention, because I wish 36 years ago when I entered that relationship, I courted 4 years before I married. Somebody had told me this. So if you're an ambitious person, most people are limited by what they see now. When I look at my life and I drive on the road and I see elderly people beg for bread, I'm wondering, what did they do with the morning season of their lives and the afternoon? Because life is divided into 3 seasons: the morning, the afternoon, and the evening. What do you make happen in your morning, which is the time your parents push you to go to school? Or you can take the initiative, if there are no parents, to at least educate yourself. The afternoon season is when you start to work, begin to build a life, begin to raise money, begin to put things in place. The evening is when you retire. Most of your friends would have died at that season. And then you are retiring to deal with what you did in your morning and in your evening. If you were wicked to your spouse in your afternoon season, in the evening, you won't find the person. I'm telling you to. But I love you more than them because you voiced out your concern. Okay, so first of all, consider the long run. And remember, if you're ambitious, I repeat, don't pick somebody who is not ambitious. And that takes us to the second point. Number 2, build friendship first to a certain character and drive. Build friendship first to a certain character and drive. Charisma may make you the CEO, MD, and all of that, where you bask in the euphoria of who you are in those places that your charisma has taken you to and your effort and hard work has taken you to. But it's actually, character that will sustain you wherever life has lifted you to. So build friendship. I tell people in this generation, in my time, there wasn't anything called dating. It was you see a person, the person comes to you and proposes. And then you, for those of us who are Christians, say, let us go and pray. Whether you prayed or not, nobody will question you. You just, at least to fulfill all righteousness, me too, I'm going to pray. Then when the person compels you too much, then you come and say, oh, not you. After you've done comparative analysis and discovered that this one, no hope. This one, hope. Then you do this one. But for you, build friendship. Friendship is a time where you don't engage in this thing called sex. Sex is a blinder. Once you give yourself to somebody, most especially the female gender, you feel you've given so much. So breaking takes something from you. I know that in your generation where everything is sexualized, you think that relationship is about sex. Go and ask your parents when last they had good sex. Go and ask them. When last they had a very beautiful consummation sexually. This thing that when your body touch another chemist, you come into the marriage. Body touch body is like firewood. Oh, only allow me to sleep. Don't use sex because sex is a blinder. Build friendship. Discover character. Do research. Don't only research to push yourself to the height you want to get to. No, don't only research just because you want to be the best in your field. Research because you want to know we are a byproduct of the places we were produced from. Who we are is as a result of the wiring, the engineering of the people that raised us. Some of us were abandoned as children, and so we have a kind of dismissive character. We don't want anybody too much in our spaces because we grew up not having anybody in our space. And so if you push too hard, I'll leave you. There are some of us that are very anxious and clingy because nobody was there. You couldn't really be sure whether your parents were going to be available the next minute. So anytime you are in a relationship, you want to cling to that relationship because you don't want that relationship to leave you like there are any caregivers left you. Build friendship. Find out the character. There are people that are excellent at work, but they do not have any character. They cannot say thank you. They cannot say I am sorry. They cannot say please. They cannot support you. They have some very, very indescribable character that you don't want, nauseating. There are people that come from a home where insult is the order of the day. And so when you see the person handsome, polished, beautiful, packaged, front and back balanced, there is a difference between content and container. So as an ambitious person, slow down and find out the content. Nobody buys Coca-Cola because of the bottle. You buy because of the drink inside. But you may not be able to determine the drink until you've taken time and go buy it. Nobody gets to a shop and you prove something and they let me test first. Have you seen where somebody tests something in somebody's shop? Even product have VAT, value added tax, and you yourself, you're allowing people to just come in and go like that. Why? Why? So build friendship. Slow down, build friendship. Discover talent, discover abilities, discover attitude, discover their behavior, discover all what you need to discover. Because at the end of the day, when the wedding is over, you are going to go back to the person you picked. And I know that somebody will say, if it doesn't work, I divorce. It's good enough. No, God loves divorcees. He only hates divorce because children who are tortured in a divorce situation become traumatic. Because the way God created humanity, fishes survive in water, birds survive in the air. Human beings survive in the atmosphere of love provided by a father and a mother. When that dynamics doesn't work or is not put in place, something in you leaves you. So you are the generation that will succeed to give Africa a place in the committee of nations. But I believe that Africa should also be blessed by you, restoring the glory of families back to the families. Because without the family, there is no society. When I drive and I see some young people, fatherless children, my heart bleeds because a time will come out of their frustration. They will take gun and be gunning people down because a person who is wounded will wound other people. So when people sleep around and produce children they don't take responsibility for, my heart bleeds. Nobody wants to be left behind. In a generation, things are escalating. Inflation is astronomical. And you're leaving some people to fend for themselves. Build relationship carefully. Build friendship. Friendship devoid of sex. See, when I tell people, come on, I'm telling you young people, see, sex is not a determinant of good marriage. Some of you will learn, you have had experience with 10. So by the time you enter bed, you can even be sleeping with your husband and be saying, oh, Kojo, you are wonderful. Meanwhile, your husband is Kwame because you are remember. Don't do that. And some of you will be sleeping with Rita and be saying, oh, Eugenia. And then they call you Eugenia. I'm not. He said, hey, I never slept. You are too good because you're. May God deliver. Number 3, look for a partner with drive to avoid the crap mentality. Look for a partner with a drive. Interrogate your partner. What is your vision? In the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years, where do you hope to be? And let me pause for a while and talk to women. Because we come from a patriarchal society. Africa is patriarchal. That means men have supremacy by whatever reason we do not know. There are men that are intimidated by women aspiring to become their best. Make sure that as an ambitious person, an ambitious woman that you are, test the waters. If I become the woman who has a job with the United Nations and I have consultancy and I have this and I have to fly and I have to be here, in a certain season of my life, or if my friend were to have such, use an analogy, how will you feel about it? You'll hear some people say, not my wife. I marry you to take care of my children. If I were that your friend, I would tell the wife to sit down. That should tell you, run. Don't go. It's a run. Because what you don't deal with now in your selection process will deal with you after the selection process. And so, look for a partner with a drive. There are some people that they do not want you to see you get past them. A drive means, as I'm standing here, I'm not afraid to tell you that in just a few years, I call it months now, and I'll be 60 years. And I'm doing programs. I want to do, there's a PhD I want to do. I'm a preacher, but I want to get into certain circles. And I'm married to a man who is comfortable with that. A man can also be a person with a drive. And you know that we operate in seasons. Ambitious person understand the power of seasons. Understand that power. Because in relationship and ultimately marriage, a season can come that the man is flying everywhere. You shouldn't be saying every time you leave me and then you use emotional blackmail. You must be able to know that the person has a drive also, and that there will be encouragement coming from that person towards you. Now, number 4, go for what will stand the test of time with regards to attraction, with regards to appearance, dedication, and strong drive to improve. I go over that. Go for what will stand the test of time. The simplest way to put it is, you see, we are all evolving. If you're 15 now, by 25, you'll be shocked at what God will make you become. At 35, you'll be shocked at what God will make you become. Go for somebody that you have sat together with in building relationship. To know that maybe you are married now and you don't look like you'll be the president's wife. But marry a woman or a man that as you evolve, you don't get ashamed of. Because that brings external drive to get something from outside. So if you're a woman sitting under the sound of all the people that have been speaking since morning, you must understand that you cannot let yourself loose because you have a child or two. And that you are not the kind of woman that after giving birth, you as it was in the beginning, you see it was, your body is like a rumor rock. Or as a man, you do not also allow your tummy to bulge such a way that the woman is, you have to lift your stomach. Sorry, it's not people in this one, I'm just making examples here. Please, I'm begging you. Because the way you are laughing, you may cause problems for me. And I want to be invited next year if Jesus tarries. Say, God for what will stand the test of time, but remember the power of nurturing. It may look like, but every person has potential of becoming wonderful. It depends upon the hands it's dropped into. So let the person you go for in building relationship be a person you have engaged over time to know their response to you in wanting to add value to who they become as they evolve. Number 5. Is that 5? I'm giving you 5 now. Build relationship with support, encouragement, and motivation. Build relationship with support. In building relationship, no, don't be too busy to take on anybody as an ambitious person. Both of you are ambitious here, male and female. You see, we all need support no matter how high-flying we are and no matter how successful we are. In building, relationship as an ambitious person, look for somebody who encourages you, somebody who supports you, somebody who is not intimidated by your success. So from the beginning, it should be, have you eaten today? How was the task you discussed with me about? How did it go? Was the presentation okay? Even if the person says, I think I didn't do too well, let it come from behind. Say, don't worry, next time it will be better. Don't go on with somebody who says, but I told you, every time I tell you, you won't listen to me. What you need at every given time, success or defeat, is somebody who supports and does not demean and does not talk down on you. But these are skills that are developed over time. That means you must also be willing to give time. If your sense is not there, If you're serious about that relationship, give it time to build it. But look for someone who will support you. Life is cumbersome. Life is heavy sometimes. Life is overwhelming. Sometimes, I tell you, so as an ambitious person, look for a support base that will help push you when life becomes overwhelmingly difficult. That is why I said build friendship. Don't be in a hurry. Build friendship. Number 6. Watch against yoking with one with an opposite drive. Watch against yoking. That means coming into a relationship with somebody with the opposite drive. As an ambitious person, knowing that there are seasons, you can't yoke with somebody that hears that you got 10,000 Ghana cedis today and tells you, hey, I want to buy for that party is 8,000. Run away. Run away. Go away. Oh. Don't yoke also with a parasitic individual. Building relationships is about being sensitive to things that will tear you tomorrow. There are people that any money that enters their hand, from mama year to papa year to uncle year to every year, they must enter. And you're an ambitious person and you know that there is a place for accumulation of knowledge and also the place of accumulation of money so that you can push into your next level, and the person is always pulling away. No, don't do that. Even as a lady, don't yoke with any man that is overly dependent on you. You are not meant to be a Messiah to anybody. Only God is Messiah. Only God is Messiah. I have seen young ladies, because I have been in this thing for over 20 years, dealing with individuals, and I can tell you about thousands that have crossed my path. I've seen young ladies that were building, they're ambitious, they are working in good places, they are making money, and then they come into a relationship with somebody who was nothing but a leech. And the person says, I want money to do this. And I have experienced 3 different women who have gone to take loan from their places of work to give to men to assist them, only for those men to abandon them and not pay back a peswa. See, open your eye. Oh. Shine. You have been at your generations. Shine in your eye. Okay. So watch against yoking with anybody with the opposite drive or anybody sent to drain you financially or otherwise. Number 7, sorry. Go for who you truly love, respect, value, treasure, and cannot do without. You like the last one. I know you like it. I knew you were going to like it. Go for somebody you do what? You truly love. Don't marry anybody out of sympathy. How does that happen? It happens for most people. Mentor the younger generation. I tell younger people, I say, you know, life is like a ladder. Where you are seeing now and you think you can't do without this person at this level. Unknown to you, you will climb this next level and your horizon becomes expanded. And then you step up again, and then you step up again. You discover that you've hooked yourself here, not knowing that there are 15 levels. And by the time you get to the 15th level, how you see life is very different. How do you deal with this person down here? So yesterday, in an attempt to prepare for this, I called 2 young people, my staff, and I asked them something. And I interrogated them. And we had a very robust conversation. And I told the young man, one of the young men I called, I said, yes, you're 28. When do you want to marry? Never enter. No, he said, people are asking him why he doesn't have a girlfriend at his age, why he's not doing ABC. And he said he's not prepared. And I told him, nobody will call you and give you an award for being in a relationship. CNN doesn't give award for people in relationship. Have you ever seen some? BBC, even GTV, do they give award? Don't be in a hurry to get into a relationship. Allow God take you to a certain level. So that by the time you make the choice, you are making an informed choice. There are married people who wish they could donate their spouses free of charge, don't refund anything. They wish, they don't tell you. But they are wishing they could have donated and they ask no refunds. They just carry them like that. Take them. And you, the unmarried, you are just blindly, I'm in love, I'm in love. You see red, you say it's green. It's only your eye is blurred. Because unmarried people, when they see red light, it's green. Everything you tell them enters here. It goes out here. They are in love. And all of what you've listened to today, everything you've listened to, can be sabotaged by that one wrong person entering your life. Everything you learn here, you can end up, God forbid, committing suicide at 60, 65 because of who you took on. There are people who have been very ambitious and have built wealth, they've built empires, and just one divorce case brings you down. Don't be blind. Now on the next part before we close, balancing, because you said, how do you build? I've given you 7 points. How do you balance love life as an ambitious person? I'll leave you with 1 point in order not to bore you. And that will benefit those of us who are even married. Balancing love life as an ambitious person. Knowing that being ambitious requires extra effort, extra time, investment that others don't make, sleepless nights, researches, networking. It requires a lot. People don't just become overnight. It takes a lot of work to make a name. How do you balance love life? Knowing that the two of you, because now you've chosen based on a person who equally has a drive, the two of you are busy. And I hear it often. He doesn't call me. He doesn't make time for me. She's not even available. You call, he doesn't pick, or she doesn't pick the call, and all of that. It's not because some people don't want to pick, but sometimes life becomes overwhelming because of targets you have set, because of goals and timelines. The way to balance love life as an ambitious person is to be open to communication. Without communication, you can't balance love life as an ambitious person. It is through communication you will agree on the timing, which could be, I know that 2 of us are very busy. Or I know that in this season, I'm not as busy as you are, and that's why you're making the excuses. But you know what? You can come over for lunch. We'll talk over the lunch. You can meet me somewhere here. Communicating and knowing that we should not allow love life to degenerate into nothing because you are driving. What sustains society is not your ambition. What sustains society is the strength of the family. Because the family is the churning point. It's that factory that churns out people from generation to generation. And you don't want to be successful at the end of the day. You have children and you hadn't built discipline to know that there is time for everything, to give time, quality time to your children. So from the beginning, you balance it by communicating. Communicating is ability to express yourself, your aspirations, your likes, your goals, your dislikes, your fears, all of those things. Communication is not giving information. And most people don't understand that. And it cripples marriages. For those of you who have not, communication is ability to relate heart to heart. That I am comfortable to be vulnerable to you and that I will not fear anything. So building and balancing relationship as an ambitious person requires that you must first of all undergo a purging, because your programming may not have given you room to be a good communicator. And most especially for men are afraid of talking. When you hear in marriages, most of the problems, as a counselor, I'll say this firsthand, most men don't listen, don't talk. And so you hear wives say, if only he can talk. And that is the wiring that must change. Because you see, I always tell people, and I go back to the beginning because I'm wrapping up now. At the end of the day, The world may remember you as somebody who effected change in certain circles and spheres of the society. But at the graveyard, you could either be a pain or a joy to your family. So, balancing love life is ability to communicate well. Number two, I will add an addendum. Let us also value transparency and honest conversations. Transparency. That you can make somebody comfortable to talk. And I beg of you, as you are listening and you're going to implement all of what you've heard today, you are going to implement. I don't want to believe that anybody who has sat under all of these facilitations today will go back and be struggling in 2024. I pray that the Lord connects you to people that will help facilitate the process to your next level. That's my prayer for you. But you know that next level is coming with an additional desire to pick somebody along and also build a family. Love life should not sabotage your dreams. Neither should your dreams sabotage your love life. Build. Just as you do, people are employed, they do refresher courses. They do on-the-job training. All of this is just to make them sellable at the places they work. When you're married, ask the married people, when last did they attend marriage retreats? Learn from them. Some of them are sleeping in the offices because the home, they have caused so much damage. There's some tiger and tigresses are waiting. Don't be that kind of a person. Make sure that you make the people around you, whoever you are going to take on, let them also feel that they are not left with crumbs all the days of their lives. Relationship is a beautiful thing. As we retire, we want to retire. You marry to retire to a place where you sit on a coffee table in front of your garden and reminisce over everything life had been to you. Build your love life. Invest time. Find out where it can be beneficial for you to upgrade. And I end with this story, one of the several. I once had a person want to come and do premarital with me. I take people through premarital, postmarital. And a gentleman was referred to me, who is about 6'4", a banker, getting married to a banker. And for the first time in all of my practice, I was in my subconscious thinking the man was a ghost. This man walked in tall. He didn't say a word. Sized me from head to toe. Finished sizing me, gave me marks. And he didn't say a word. All of this visualizing. And I engage and engage and engage. Sometimes I think Honorable Mubara said something. Sometimes by a gift, sometimes just a smile, sometimes compliment. You can never know which one will open the door for conversations to take off. It's called wisdom. Different people, are attracted and turned on by different things, whether at workplaces or anywhere else. So I did everything I knew to do. I'm a person with a sense of humor. And the man was still like this. So I got afraid. Sincerely, I got afraid of the woman. And I began to wonder whether this woman has gone to check with this guy, because I have heard that they are ghosts walking like human beings. So I am saying this before God. I felt within me, this man was one of the ghosts that has come to marry human being. Because a human being couldn't behave like this. At the end of the day, I discovered when we started the sessions, this man is my paddy now. Why did I share this story? The family he was born into had formed him into a personality that was not attractive, that was not desirable, because communication was zero. And I did certain quizzes that exposed him. And he said, this is me. And now told me the story of his life and his parents and all of that. You know what? This is how I end. Everyone seated here has a certain facade that they project outside. It's only relationship and marriage that unveils the true person. Don't marry anybody's facade. Look for help so that when you are building your ambitious career, You will not destroy that career by picking up somebody that will sabotage it. Where did the person come from? There are some men here. Their fathers never were romantic to their mothers. So they are very wonderful to everybody outside. Only to you who married them, when you think romance, they are saying, it's something else. Not the men in this world, I'm sorry, the ones outside. I just forgot, I'm sorry. So they are good, they are achievers, they are driven, they are all that. But the love language of a woman is affection. So in building relationship as a career person, look for somebody who, even if he doesn't have what you want, he'll be open to receiving that thing. Because marriages are destroyed by inability for two people who are finally married sitting down to connect emotionally. Marriage is built by emotion and emotional connection, not by grammar, not by empirical studies, not by any of the data analysis, not by promotion at work. When we come home and the man removes his clothes and wears boxer, you should be able to come to the kitchen and touch your butt and say, baby, I missed you through the day. Come on. And you should have a woman, and you should have a woman that knows that life can buffet you and that before you come back, it's not to wear a long face. As an ambitious person already fighting lions outside, you are coming back to fight the leopard whose face is as long as this, and he doesn't know how to pull your hand back and put it down and say, baby, sit down here. I do some massage for you. Darling. So, ambitious people, no matter how ambitious you are, male or female, there's a time to relax. There's a time to have a shoulder to lean on. There's a time to have a laps to put your head on. So that we reduce the number of illicit children by baby mamas and papa mamas. I said that to confuse you because that is not the nomenclature we should carry on. So building and balancing is important. In order that after you've succeeded in all you succeeded at, when the time comes for you to recline and come back home, you'll come back to a friend. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mama Kathy. We will take some questions from Mama Kathy. So 3 hands up. Okay, we see only one person. One. Please, let's calm down. Hands up clearly so I can see. Okay. So 3. The gentleman over there, the lady, and then.
Thank you very much. I must confess, I really love how outspoken you are, Mama Kathy. Mama Kathy, you mentioned something that I really appreciate. You said love life shouldn't sabotage your dream, and your dream shouldn't sabotage your love life. I must confess that one of the many advices I've received is be careful of women. Be careful of women. And I know my mom would say, I know you, Ni, I know how ambitious you are, but be careful of this relationship matters, because if you do not pay much detail to it, it may make and unmake you. Just recently, that is last week Wednesday, my HOD of University of Ghana Theatre Department invited me over after I informed him about my intention of running for SRC president at the University of Ghana. We had a lengthy conversation, and then when I was about to leave, one of the advisors, do you have a girlfriend? I said, oh, doc, it's been 3 years now. I said, good. Yeah, at the University of Ghana, if you are in a relationship and you are contesting for such a position, if you don't take care, it can bring you a whole lot of problem. And right now, too, you are making me believe that when you are in a relationship, it can play a pivotal role in your life as an ambitious person. And I'm going to ask, so how can I get a lady, or how can I get into a relationship with someone without me looking like I want someone who wants to support my ambition, or to sound like it's all about me or it's all about my ambition? Yes, please. Thank you very much.
Can you rephrase the last sentence? Because that was a summary to the question.
I'll rephrase it. The last question is, how can I get a relationship or move someone into a relationship without sounding so opportunist, like I want to support my ambition? Because like you said, you need someone who can support your ambition, not just anyone who will bring you wahala, if I'm to put it out. Thank you very much.
There is no tea black and white. Please, thank you for the opportunity. Please, I would like to ask to confirm something about relationship life. So please, if let's say your partner, you've seen someone that you like, the person possesses some of the qualities, the things that you look out for, like what you said, the person possesses everything. But then you also want someone who has gotten to a particular standard. The person has certain qualifications and all that. But you have, let's say, 70% of what you want, but that person does not have that aspect. But the person is still trying to get there. But you're not seeing, because you don't understand the question. So please, my question then, if you have 70% of what you look out for, but you're not getting the 30%, you don't get 100%, but then there's just particular key points that you need, and you're not getting, do you still have to move forward to go for that person?
Okay. Thank you very much for your question. Can we put our hands together for these people who have the courage to ask their questions? Thank you so much. Okay, so the first question. The gentleman is going for SRC president, if I'm correct. And he's been encouraged. Okay, not encouraged. He doesn't have a girlfriend now. If he were to have, and I'm talking about support in relationship, so that the relationship will not be sabotaged by that relationship that is not supportive. Let me answer the question the way I understand it. You are not thinking of relationship because of your desire to get into politics, even at the tertiary level. Never use your support to look for a woman who immediately she comes in will be supportive. You should have understood probably, okay, let me remind you, I said build friendship. When a person comes into your life, during the period of friendship, you will be able to ascertain what the qualities the person is coming in with. So if you are now approaching a woman and you expect that you are going to contest for this election next month, and so the woman should begin to carry handbills for you, it's a very wrong mindset. Because those things don't happen automatically. But in the process of friendship, you will discover these giftings and qualities. And if they are not there, you will not be able to speak up, to make a decision, speak up, to encourage the person to support you because that's what you want. But ultimately, you can meet somebody just now and you know how supportive the person is. You can also meet some people and you will understand. But I will encourage you to look out for many more values, and within the context of all of these values, see the support coming from the person. The person may not support you, but has other qualities that are equally good. And those qualities that attracted the person to you, which may not have included support at the beginning, could now trigger your desire to say, baby, I would have loved that you do ABC, and then hear her response. Am I communicating? Do you understand me? So basically, in summary, what I'm saying is, support may be buried within other qualities. And now those qualities speak up and then project the need that is either there or not there for you to also look out for. But push yourself first, because asking somebody to support a person who is not even supporting himself is very difficult. So first of all, support yourself, drive yourself, go for your goals, and see how this person supports you. And that goes to every other person here. Don't wait for somebody who will come and wake you up in the morning, go and do that. And then you think that is support. When you don't even have the initiatives yourself, and you are looking for somebody who will come and down, be monitoring your life into productivity. It doesn't work like that. I should support a drive that I am attracted to, but I should not initiate a drive that is not even in you. The second question, the man has 70%, or the person has 70% of what I'm looking for. May I announce to you that by no means am I saying you'll meet a perfect person, because you are not perfect. We are all work in progress. So, but the bottom line is, watch out for what the intrinsic value that will allow for peace. So if the man has 70%, how did you even arrive at 70%? What constitutes the 70% is very important. Let me repeat what I just said. What constitutes the 70% still needs to be assessed. So it brings us back to what the other speakers have said. Get a mentor. Get a relationship mentor who will help you in appraising what you think you are looking for. Because some of us are looking for what we are looking for because of where we are coming from. And where we are coming from, not it have been holistic enough to be a parameter for using, for judgment. Okay? If I come from a dysfunctional hand, what I'm looking for may be something to magnify or empower the dysfunction. It is only a person who knows better and has a 24 view, a kind of 2020 view, that will be able to say, no, drop this, drop that, drop that. And I want to encourage us here, ambitious people. Please, in all of your getting, get a sound relationship person to help you. I'm telling you, I have sat in my house one day, and there was a program going on in one of the major radio stations. It was a show that Mama Lee runs every week. And it was a counseling show, relationship counseling kind of a thing that I also do. And one of the counselors was on set with other counselors, and they were talking about certain relationship issues. And a call came through, and it was an unknown number. I don't know how she got my number. But the wife of one of the counselors who was on set that morning was the one who called. Till tomorrow is still a mystery. I've not met her one-on-one. She said, introduce herself. And she said, my husband is excellent at counseling people on set. He's talking right now. I won't mention the radio station, so you won't put me in trouble. And then it says, he is the opposite of every counsel he gives. My husband sees the young girl in my neighbor's house, sees she this, da, 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 da. See, I am not the talking I'm talking. Don't believe me by my talk. The eloquency and the ability to communicate may not reveal who I am. Ask my husband whether I am correct. Because there is a difference between practicing your skills and living your skills. So when I say look for a sound, do a serious comparative analysis of do research. And then look for people there, say whatever to do courses that will upgrade and enhance them professionally. But it's very difficult for people to engage people who are sound, to take them through the engineering processes of correcting the lapses that were wired in them from childhood. We are who we were wired to become. Every child comes, like doctors say, you see there was a glass on the projection on the wall. We come empty. Is the place that we were dropped that has dropped a lot of things, and relationship reveals who we are. That's why you hear people at work, my boss is very wonderful, my boss is excellent, my boss, my boss. Then you meet the wife or the husband, they say it's not correct too. Or you meet the children, it's not correct. Not many people can balance who they are outside and who they are inside. My prayer is that as an ambitious young man or woman, you will be who your children and your spouse will say you are correct. Because some are not correct. So 70% is a high-ranking mark in any destiny. That's B+. And then you ask yourself, are you B+ or C+? When you answer that question, you can get to the next step. The baby girl, please still give opportunity to the person. and then begin a counseling process or get some sessions to do a lot more therapeutically to reveal who the person is and who you are so that we know whether there's compatibility and it will allow for peace tomorrow. Thank you.
Wow. What an insightful session. Oh my God, you know, oh, don't know.
We call it.
Okay, so please, my question, sorry, my name is Muhiba. Muhiba, yes. My question is, in our quest to balance, strike a balance between ambition and our love life, it's imperative that to reiterate, he said, we shouldn't be who joke as or as, so kind of wire us and, sort of demand a lot from us. But I believe, and I've seen in my community growing up, there were people who would always be like, I want to be in that position where I'll always here to provide for the kind of person I am. But in my community, there used to be this woman, every day the guy, like, they were always beaten. But in that, they were still being in a relationship, be providing, going for loans and all that. Some died.
They were always
provided for their men.
Their men, yes.
And so in such a cynical relationship, how does a person, come out of such an unhealthy relationship?
What makes it unhealthy?
It means unhealthy because though it wasn't neutral, she was always providing. Not one, not twice. One lady died, I think back in Christia, and then the other one too, always she was bruised, but because she searching out the guy, so always she was going for loans to support him. The man wasn't working, and then she was still inside a relationship, but I left that area, so I don't know about her now. So as an advice to all of us for the last time, could you say something about this? Those who are, people can speak out, actually. Yeah, thank you.
Beautiful question. Thank you so much. If I understood and heard you clearly, what you meant was that there were some people in your neighborhood as at that time that were in relationships that was taking so much from them, but no reciprocity of what they were doing. And in this case, they were the women taking care of their men. And there was no desire for these men to also do something. So what do you do in such situation? You see, it's important and imperative that we realize one thing. Sometimes we blame people, but sincerely speaking, environment changes and also build people to becoming who they are. So a woman who takes the responsibility of solely providing for her man is coming from an abusive place, where she may have been rejected and abandoned for so long. Now she has somebody who is willing to stay with her. She'll pay whatever price to keep that person. Unless you take the person through a journey of recovery and healing emotionally. Because the person would have been in a home. Also, another dynamics is the fact that the woman may have been in a home where the mother was always providing for the father. And because these cycles repeat, somehow you attract where you were birthed from most times, except you do a thorough job of screening and developing yourself and seeing clearly with the eye that is able to correct the dysfunctions. So a woman who does that is from an abusive place or a place where there was abandonment and all that. You can't really talk those people out except you take them through a journey of knowing how things are supposed to be. Because the danger is that what she's doing, one of the children or more will repeat the same cycle. So how do you help people? And there are also men. I know of men who don't lift a finger. There are men who are driven. There are men who are poised to achieve so much. There are men who are, go-getter and all of that. There are also men who are laid back. And if you're to do, what do you call it now, a temperament, this thing, they are phlegmatic. If a man is a phlegmatic, even if the house is gutted by fire, he is very peaceful. It's just peaceful. And if your gra is wondering where you're coming from, let things be. Let things, you push it, it's okay, it's okay. They are just like that. So if you notice in relationship, you are drawn to such a man who is phlegmatic, who is drawn back, who does not make initiative, is not pushful and all of that. What you should suggest is for the two of you to meet somebody who can help explain a bit more. That even in your phlegmatic nature, your responsibility as a man is also to take care of the home. And so there must be a balance. It may be contrary to your nature, but you should be able to go against what is comfortable to becoming more than what you know. So in summary, the answer is they need help. They need help. It's not the ones who are providing for their men. It's even okay. The ones that the men are beating like drums and they are still in love, that's the one you wonder, are they correct? Love one thing. How can they be beating you? And let me say this, ambitious men, do we have ambitious men in the house? Give me a yeah. Do we have ambitious men in the house? Men that will make Africa proud. Men that will make this continent to rise up into its oblivion. Oh my God, can the ladies that support ambitious men put their hands for these ambitious men? Better clap, you don't know who you jam. Okay, but no. Don't leave the responsibility of homekeeping when you marry on your wife. Not the men here. Go and tell the men outside, because the men here, they are responsible. Nothing demeans, nothing wearies. Nothing is more overwhelming than knowing that a man doesn't take the lead in his home. You may have come from a place where you never saw a man. And let me also add this, Mama, let me add this. I was there one day, somebody called me up and said, I got your number from Joy FM. And so the man came over. As at that time, he was 62. I think he's 65 now. And the marriage was crumbling. He had married then 27 years. And the wife was asking for divorce. They are both born again Christians, for those who are Christians. And so I started the diagnosis and all of that. And I discovered something. I asked him, I don't hear from one side because everybody will paint the picture the way to suit them. So I needed to hear from the wife also. So we booked a session and I interacted with the wife. And the wife said A, B, C, D, blah, blah, blah. So I looked at her, I didn't believe her. So I told her, I said, Madam, I don't believe you. But I want you to know that I'll get back to your husband to put across to him these issues you've raised. He said, oh, very, very okay. Well, she was comfortable. So I went back to the husband and I put across the issues the wife raised. And I wanted him to say, no, she's lying. But he didn't say so. He says the truth. Hi. I said, how? One of those things was, he has never given chop money for 27 years. But once in a while, he goes shopping and brings foodstuffs to their house, but he doesn't give chop money. Number two, he has it'll be fired, says you. Because most times when we blame others, people have strength. He may be weak there, but he's strong somewhere. Every one of us, we are weak, different, strong. Then moving on, I asked, he said, you have never bought something for her or given her any money for shopping. Men, ambitious men, no matter how blessed your wife is, your money is very attractive. Ambitious women, no matter how blessed your husband is, your support is undeniably needed. Nothing as having an ambitious woman who commands wealth and then signs a check and hands over to the husband, baby, take this. And a man who does the same. So he said he had never done it. So I now had to go into the background and say, who raised you? Who is your role model as far as the role of a husband is? He said, nobody. My father died when I was 6 years. I moved to Cape Coast, stayed with my uncle. The marriage was very terrible, blah, 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 blah. Then I discovered you can never give somebody what you don't have. As we close this session, let me tell us, it's good to be ambitious. It's good to be a high achiever. If you never had a father who was a better husband than a better father, look for help. I wanted to sing. I repeat, if you didn't have a father who was a better husband than a better father, look for help. Every man should be a better husband, followed by being a better father. When you do that, you role model what it means to be a husband. And if you're a woman here, you didn't have a better wife than a better mother, look for help. Because in all of our getting, we are getting people who are success stories everywhere, winning awards, making strides, but being a pain in the home. So correcting that is not wishful thinking. It requires a lot of dying to self. Because he, as Honorable Mubarak is seated here, to be a good husband, is either he will train himself to become if the father was not. And to do that, he must be open to a wealth of knowledge on how to become that. You don't become what you don't learn and study and know, okay? So he can be a fantastic parliamentarian, businessman, and all of that. But it is left for him, if he didn't have a father who's modeled how to be a husband, for him now to learn, because the sons will be dependent on him to teach them how to be a husband, because how to be a husband is not a subject in the school. It's not a subject in the school. How to be a wife is not in the curriculum. And what they are introducing into curriculum now is even killing the next generation the more. So the only salvation for family life is in your marriage. Choose right. Take responsibility. Don't sit down there as a parasite looking for somebody to feed you. Do something so that help will be mutual. Support will be mutual. Respect will be mutual. At the end of the day, when we hear that you are the next UN Secretary General, your wife will stand with you on the podium sometimes, or be at home and say, baby, I'm proud of you. Or then when we know that you are the next World Bank executive as a woman, your wife, your husband will not feel that you will rule over them, boss over them, because now you are the into. No. May God help us to be better men and women for the sake of the unborn generation.
Thank you so much, Mama Kathy. Thank you so much. And before we close, we want you to do something for us. Everybody pick your phone and go to Facebook and follow our page, Christ-like Empowerment. I'm not picking your phone, so I can see everybody from here. We're on Instagram, we're on Twitter, Think Christ Movement. Think Christ Movement. So please do that. We also have mentorship classes that we run monthly. If you want to join the mentorship class, kindly meet the ushers outside and then put down your name. You'll be added to a WhatsApp group and then you'll be invited to the class. We want to say a very big thank you to all of you for being here since 9 a.m. till now. We know it's not easy. We appreciate the time you've made, those who took time out of their busy schedules, our speakers, our invited guests. We thank you so much. God richly bless you. And we hope that we would assemble again next year or anytime soon for the 3rd edition. And we hope you'll be here. Help me welcome Pastor Joe Olawe to give us the closing prayer.
Hallelujah. You want to bless the Lord with a clap offering? Shall we be upstanding? We began with prayer, and so we would end with prayer. We've heard a lot, and the Bible says in the book of Deuteronomy chapter 18, verse 18, that it is He that gives us the ability to make wealth. And that ability has been translated and imparted to us today through the speakers. We want to pray that as you are leaving here, whatsoever that held you bound will leave you, and you will be able to translate whatever thing you've heard into words and to actions in the name of Jesus. Lift up your voice kindly and pray. Just pray. Just pray. That if it is fear, if it is doubt, you are praying that it will leave you. If you think you lack help, we spoke about networking. You are praying that as you are leaving or departing from here, you'll be connected. Help will come your way. If before it was not working, once you have been imparted, you want to pray that from today it will work in the name of Jesus Christ. Just pray. Just pray. Jesus said, I have so many things to tell you, but because of your limitations, when the Holy Spirit comes, and we know that the Holy Spirit works through men, and our wonderful speakers are come to minister to us the intent of God. I said a little bit need in this time. We want to pray that you bring into remembrance what you need at every dispensation or at every season for you to live an exploit life. In the name of Jesus, lift up your voice and pray. All right, let's pray. Father, we thank you. We give you praise. Just as you have imparted into us today, we ask that you be the doers of the word, not only the hearers. You will continue to empower us and do exploit in the name of Jesus. We are living here to grow and impart our communities, our nations, and everywhere we find ourselves in the name of the Lord Jesus. We thank you because beyond us who died before our authority, whatever you have deposited in us, Lord, will manifest it in our dispensation in the name of Jesus. May the heavens help us. And if there's anyone here among us who is suffering from any sickness, we declare your healing in the name of Jesus. We declare that the earth and the heavens will respond to them. Those who open unto them, and help will come to them at the point of need. In Jesus' name we pray with thanksgiving. Shall we shout a believing amen? Shall we say the grace? May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. Shalom.